The Metal Podcast live, suckers. Hold on, let me remove this. Gotta remove this. How's it going, peeps? What's up? Going live, YouTube, Death Metal Podcast, episode 34. Damn, that's a lot. What's up? What's up, all my disciples of death? You know how we do it, usually Saturdays or whatever, whenever the fuck I feel like doing it. We go live and do Death Metal Podcast if you the first timer or whatever. And then there's also a whole range of additional episodes to watch with interviews with bands, talk about demos, instruments, everything. That's how we try to, I want to spread information through this. It's all about supporting the scene and spreading information about shows, dropping in on shows. You know what I mean? It's all about, just spreading death metal information. So sometimes we play music on here and other times there's interviews too. So if you want to come check out some of our interviews, you check out, there's a pretty dope one with Ruinous, with Alex from Immolation, and there's also a pretty dope one with Ross from Immolation. So you should check that out. It's sick. It really covers all the history of old Immolation shit. So, what's up? I figured I would go solo dolo, but I'll probably invite some guests on here like I usually do. We're not sponsored by any labels, or we don't even sponsor our own label on here too much unless someone's talking to me about it or whatever. So this is just purely just to play music or support a scene, a metal scene. So yeah, check this out. I was listening to today. stuffs from Europe, Mortalock, I think. So here we go with the stick logos. That was not even crazy. I mean, that was not even that crazy. So, yeah, Death Metal Podcast coming to you live on a Saturday night. I have to flex with this because my friend hooked me up. I've known him since like back years ago. Like we used to like there was like this like file sharing system. It was called SoulSeek. And people would go on there and they would put like almost like a tape trading list. And then you could kind of like go over their list and they went over yours. And then like they had like a little chat function in there. So sometimes like you might meet someone on there, you know, and be like, what's up? You know, like me and you have the same taste in music and you want to trade up some stuff. And you know what I mean? And I remember years and years ago, King Fowley's son hit me up on there. And, you know, it was the first time I ever had talked to him, you know? And we became friends, man, over the years because he would be sometimes at Deceased shows or whatever. So, yeah, I want to thank him because he sent me this today. I bought this. Fucking look at this Autopsy shirt, dude. Holy fuck. I guess he couldn't fit in it anymore, you know? But I thought it was like a piece of fucking should be in the goddamn Death Metal Hall Museum, you know? SoulSeek rules. Hell yeah. You know, it's still out there. That's what's crazy. I was on it the other day. So it's really amazing that even that it still exists. I used to go on there and like literally like it felt like you were tape trading and you could like look over people's lists and stuff. You saw that? This is crazy. Look at this shit. This is like one of the earliest Autopsy shirts ever made, you know? I think Chris printed these back in the day. These are fucking crazy, dude. This thing is crazy looking, man. That's a fucking grail, man. One of the rarest Autopsy shirts, only 10 or 20 of them. Sick. I think it needs a fucking frame over here, man, you know? I think that's what its goal will be, you know? So thank you, King Jr. Let's play something here. I got an order from this homie. I appreciate it. fucking paralysis. For anybody that don't know what that is, you know, because I'm sure a lot of you know what it is. I saw people talking about it in the chat. So, um, yeah, man, sick band. You know, sometimes on here, you know, I'm not saying they're unknown, but sometimes on here I try to play some different stuff that maybe like, you know, might have went past other people's radars or whatever, you know? So I might play some old stuff and new stuff. It seems easy because this is just like what I'm listening to, so basically. So if I am listening to like the Paralysis demo or something, you know, or their JL America friggin' release or whatever band I'm listening to, then I try to end up playing it on here or whatever, you know. I gotta just, you know, this show like represents like my brain basically, which is kind of scary. Gotta love the bass slapping hard. Hell yeah. All right. Saw these dudes in Houston when they just had a demo out. Where were you, Frazier? It was at the Moonbeam Coffee House in Houston, Texas. I told Ben a long time, let me get Paralysis back together. Interesting. Ways to learn? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's ways to learn. For me, too. You know, like, I wish there was, I mean, I just I try to share like my you know my thoughts on here. I notice there's always like a shirt deal that comes out of this like 2 days later on some other record label, but it's all good because we're here to just support, you know. Um, check it out. I'm gonna play something from a show I was at. uh, this is one of my favorite bands. I put out a demo CD release with them, and super brutal live. They don't fuck around too much. You know what I mean? It's just like they're there for just playing brutality. So this is, you know, exclusive. Check it out. podcast live. That was from live in New York, like 3 weeks ago, maybe. I was at a show at St. Vitus. So we recorded some Dercada. Almost predominantly all female band, which is cool. But non-commercial, like it's not about like the way they dress up and shit. It's all about the sick, doomy riffs. Exactly. They need to come to Texas. Very cool. Digma. Come to Texas with Disma? Yeah. Did you guys see this show that was going down? I thought this was cool. Witch vomit, torture rack, fetid, mephitic corpse. This looks like my kind of show, 2 days of death, not one. 2 days of death. I like how they use the old Day of Death fonts on here. Whoever made this is ingenious. Thank you. Fucking my friend, I'm gonna try to play it too. Might be a little choppy, but my friend was also at the Phobalic show in Florida, Miami, and we have a little bit of footage from that too. So shout out to Oscar from Ceremonium, because he was at the show checking out Enforced, and it was this show right here. 200 stab wounds, and Undead, Enforced, and Phobalic. And he said that Phobalic should have been the headliners. Portland is going to be leveled with that gig. That's what I'm saying. 5 bands a night, not 15. Exactly. That's cool, man. It's like you can ingest more, right? Even at the show I went to with Dercada, it was like 5 bands maybe. But I mean, it was like Concrete Winds, Dercada, Force of Darkness, Oath of Cruelty from Texas, and somebody else. All sick. We got there a little late, so I missed the first 2 bands actually. But yeah, man, it was a sick show. I met Matt Hefner there again. It was my second time. I heard he's a god in Texas. He's in 90 bands. Yo, check this out. This was live from Russia. Hold on now. I want to bring it to where I wanted to play it. Death Metal Podcast. That was Gashudar from Russia. Yeah, there was a lot of girls getting into it. That's good, though. There was more girls getting into it than guys. What does that tell you? Weak. You know what I liked about that video? It's like it's on the floor. It gives the essence of the really close to the band. Like it made me, feel like when I would go to shows and then like the show was like super close and like you could really fucking get into it, So that's, the band is sick, but the video also is sick because it just shows like some of the essence of like death metal, the small environments and like just real, people just like totally fucking getting into it, Yeah, man, that ripped. That's why we played it on here, bruh. I mean, if you also check out El Necron and subscribe to his channel, he got a good channel. So if you guys can click around in the YouTube or whatever, don't subscribe to that Fraser Dawson guy. He's a weirdo. So yeah, he's not weird though. Actually, he knows a lot about death metal, and he's on our shows even. He's a good guy. He just him and Judge Chicago, they go back a long way, dude. So check this out, man. I was watching this earlier today. Friends of mine. I felt like oh wait, this is what I gotta play this first. Shout out to my man Sly. His band is fucking sick as fuck. Always on point with the art too.
Sucker!
Big Ben.
No, it's your fairy godmother.
You did this. You took my kid.
Why didn't you kill me, Roger? Didn't you have the guts to do it?
I had to get help.
He tortured me for weeks.
Would have died for you, Ben.
Well, now's your
Give it a second. Just give it a second. It just has to reboot on the computer. So yeah, that was Fondle Corpse. Can you guys hear me? Technical difficulties in the house. Here we go. All right. All right. Sorry about that. Whoa. Psycho. What's up, man? Sorry about that. Let me see. Let me remove this one from the stream. All right. Sorry. Fucking internet outage. We kept it live, though. Everyone stayed here. So I forgot to announce, too. We're going to have this band's going to be on December 11th. Let me remove this comment. Sorry. December 11th during the day, like a Sunday, a putridarium from Germany are coming on Death Metal Podcast live. Echo. Yeah, it's gone now, though, right? So December 11th. I didn't put out the flyers yet, though, but I'm going to try to pull out the series again live during the day for, like, Europe. So there probably will be, like, maybe a few episodes where we go live, like, at, like, 12 noon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturdays or Sundays. So that way we can have live interviews or guests from Europe. I feel like, beyond death metal being, part of the U.S. scene, there's a lot of European bands that I'm super into. So I want to also, play death metal podcasts for the European fans, because a lot of my friends are over there. We, between the amount of years that I've known some of these people, it's cool to even just see them flip into the live stream here. We had friggin' Jim Stanek on here, dude. Incredible. All right, so check this out. My friend Andre from Germany sent me this. Check it out. Shut up. Death Metal Podcast. Andre from Germany gave me the recommendation on that. Very sick. Cool dude too. Humanitarian, bro. Big ups to you, my man. You are the man. You know what you did recently is the best humanitarian thing I ever heard, brother. So I'd like to salute to you, man. Um, uh, Salute to all the Germans. Fucking A. Let's see if we got something else in the chamber here. I got this tape actually, which is kind of was I thought it was uniquely like packaged, you know. Blood Rage. Welcome to Crimson Pines. It's pretty interesting. Like an old VHS cassette, old VHS, whatever the fuck they call these boxes, clamshells. But yeah, man, it's a tape though. We try to support and play new bands too, like that. You know, I do. I mean, I go around on internet and Bandcamp and all these places and like buy demos and listen to new bands. So check this out. This is good stuff too. Same channel, eh? There you have it. That was that actual release right there. Low vocals. Yeah, long boxes. I saw the immolation. It had a long box. That was the only thing I saw, but maybe there's other stuff too. But yeah, that was Blood Rage. They're pretty sick. I not to be plugging, but I got a tape coming out with this band. Should be out pretty soon. Check it out.
Before the rivals, hopelessness ordained, creeping, grieving, despair. Miss my mind and path the grace, car oblique, darkness wake. Profound revolution, hold you down, critical down. No force of flesh, stop you now. Future's on, near city wall, the west is yet to come. Seal your life away, never see the light of day. Apprehension unrestrained, arrayed with witching enticement. Car oblique, darkness wake. Profound revolution, holds you down, curve you down. The force of flesh, stop you now. Future dawn, mystic form, the west is yet to come.
Bloodstorm. Sick fucking release. It's already released on CD too. On Barbarian Wrath. But Necroharmonic gonna put out the cassette version. So shout out to Chris Gamble. Disciples of Chris Gamble. Maniac. I say Chris Gamble, Susie Quattro, split 7-inch. Coming soon. On Quattro Records. I see that when I dumped the stream before, I dumped the other cameras. All right, so let's also, I wanted to say too, that other label that I showed the Blood, there's this band called Blemish on there. I think this is Iris from Texas, maybe her boyfriend. They're sick, super sick freaking release. Frozen Screams. So yeah, and also Necroharmonic got a new release out too, Ceremonium, Into the Autumn Shade. Damn, I like how just completely how it shined on it. So check it out. I appreciate anyone that supported us to buy Ceremonium or any other Necroharmonic releases. Appreciate that, everybody, you know. Sounded awesome, like evil. Did you hear there was also one part in that Bloodstorm where there's like a scream like in the background, like towards the end, and it's kind of like that high-pitched, like old Slayer scream, but it's like kind of like buried like in the mix. It says the recording was from 2018 to 2022. So like obviously they took their time and they made like really good songs, you know? Really tight and like catchy and killer stuff, man. I love Bloodstorm, man. I've been, you know, used to go to agoraphobia shows when I was a little kid, so I mean not, you know, I guess I was a little kid. I was a 16, 17 maybe. Why don't you guys check this out? I just heard this today, actually. I thought this was pretty good. Check it out. Poultry. Some poultry. Yeah, sick as fuck. Remove that. I could have picked up this demo too. Brat. You guys see this band? Grime Boss. My friend sent me this recently. It's an Anatomia release of the Dissected Humanity we put out years ago. It's like has that Chinese cover on it or whatever. Pretty sick art. Appreciate the people on Instagram too that order or support Death Metal Podcast or on Necroharmonic. So appreciate that. Mad people are always hitting me up on there, and there's just so many cool cats in the scene. I remember even when I went like at like shows, like people are like, "Yo, that's not a podcast." So I'm like, all right, if that's how you know me, then that's good, whatever. I'm a friggin' tape fanatic. That's right, man. I mean, if like I'm surprised at other people that like you guys are slacking. You're slacking, Fraser. If you only have CDs. What do you guys think about in the chat? Like, do you think like only having tapes is cool? Only having CDs is cool? Only having records is cool? Only having Spotify? Because like, I feel like you limit yourself if you don't have every single thing, man. You gotta have. I mean, you don't need an 8-track player, but you need at least all those other things, right? Like all you guys that don't have, like some of my friends that we stream together on here, you suckers, like you guys don't have tape players, bro. What's wrong with you? There's so much good stuff being put on tape. What happens when your own band gets put on tape? You don't even listen to it. You're like, just throw it away. Just give it to my boys. Whatever's the cheapest format. Okay, that's why I fuck with tapes a little bit. I just like CDs. Yeah, we saw your CD dungeon. I mean, I feel like I like the sound on tapes too sometimes. So that's why, and there's a convenience of the sound spot of where I listen to my music, where I work. So like, the tape player is more convenient than playing like records. You have 2 tape decks. Dope. I got multiple tape decks actually. I have like used ones I need to clean up and service. Like you can go in there and like fuck with the adjustments and shit. You got to buy like these 2 like test tape things. They sell them through like duplication.ca, which is a place that sells blank cassettes and does cassette duplication. This is not a plug for them, but if you go on there, they sell like these tape deck things that kind of you could figure out like if your tape deck is playing like fast or slow or whatever. For anybody that's like into like their cassettes and their tape decks, and they're like, why does this fucking thing sound wrong? But yeah, I mean, I grew up on YouTube and CDs, so a lot of CDs, cassettes I don't collect, but I don't have the shit to play them. Gotcha. Tapes are convenient for listening to. CDs are redundant. Vinyls forever. Tapes sound cool with a grit. Exactly. That's why I think I fuck with them the most, because they're gritty. I like CDs. I like CDs sound-wise the most. And I like CDs sound-wise the most. There's no doubt about that. And then secondarily, I would say I would like the grit sound of a cassette. But it has its own sound. And then vinyls are cool when you're like hanging out and you want to like constantly fuck with the fucking records and shit. I mean, if you're like in that mode, that's why, even though some of my streaming buddies too busting my ass because I don't have it set up now, but I had 2 turntables. So like that way I could like, kind of put one other thing and one other thing on, I wasn't like scratching my Dark Throne records. I was basically, queuing up the next record because, like, I was in the fucking zone, playing records and shit. I mean, you guys don't anyone on here like get like that, where you really have to one tape was dope. Metal leather loudness. I have CDs and tapes, but vinyl at home and streaming on the go. There you go. I stream on the go. Do you on your tapes keep original play and play a copy? Not I don't personally. I'm not that invested in any specific thing that I have to take a copy of it. I could see if someone took copies of their CDs though, and if they lived in a high crime neighborhood and then like put them on like CDRs or whatever in their car, compared to like leaving all their goddamn CDs in the car. So let's go also to the comments here. I just like CDs. I don't like tapes. 2-day and expensive. Okay. I like that. I like people that grew up on YouTube also because I think that's awesome. It's like your stuff you listen to through here. It's kind of cool. I buy what I can get from certain bands, mostly CD reissues with bonus demo tracks. All right, that's me. And I've been getting into original obscure demos lately and going broke in the process. Yes, I know. If you collect original obscure ass demos, like especially if you're buying them like originals, like on eBay or fighting for them somewhere, or buying them off like Depop or some shit, then I would imagine you would go broke because I see some of the prices that people charge for demos and stuff. Hey, man, that's what makes it cool and valuable to you and other people, I mix it up with vinyl and too expensive. I'm buying more tapes now because I could read the spines easily in my old age. I still really am into 7 inches. Okay, dope. Damn, man, I need to get more into 7 inches. My buddies, hipster posers, now drool at the chance of a record player, but my dad always says that when tapes and CDs came out, he couldn't stop listening to those fucking vinyl. He said. Cool. When it comes to buying physicals, it's to support bands or labels, so tapes are my go. Vinyl is shit for me to keep, usually classics, digital for everything else. Cool. Anyone else want to contribute? Anyone else want to come on Death Metal Podcast? I don't give a fuck. Send me a message to Facebook or Instagram or whatever. I only listen to the YouTubes, and I try to listen to videos. I don't have CDs. Something weird about listening to a Sore Throat demo and then getting an ad for Coca-Cola. You got to pay for YouTube. It's only $18, dude, and you won't get the fucking commercials. Cheap ass. You worse the Frasier. Let's play a song. I see a lot of watchers. Thank you, man. I appreciate the supportings. How about this from the backyard?
Here's your keeping track.
There you go.
Rochevore on the back porch at Jarrett's house. Sick death metal. Played in the backyard. Hell yeah. Tomorrow to swap meet. Check it out. I wanted to talk to this comment. Latest demo buys Dystopia in Indiana, Cerberus, Jersey. I know those guys. Apostasy, Florida. That's pre-Druid Lord, is it not? Unholy Death, Michigan, Overlord, Sirac, Eve of Morning, Halifax, Gibbat, Equinox from Poland, Immured from Germany, I know, and Accursed from Wisconsin. Yeah, these were like, there's a lot of interesting different bands in here. I talked to Apostasy, that was really killer. I believe Florida band. They had a pretty sick demo. Cerberus rules, yeah, and then Cerberus became Symphony of Grief or whatever, or Necrosion. They shared some members like Necrosion, Symphony of Grief, Cerberus. They're killer. Rule. I know what you were saying, brother. Of course, Dysphoria and Eva Morning, both good and old demos. Fucking A, dude. It's cool. I think it's cool that like you still try to seek those out. Are you trying to correct the actual cassettes? Because I mean, I would imagine a lot of people don't want to part with some of that stuff. Modern extreme community is amazing. Everybody sharing knowledge and bands. Exactly. Dude. I mean, that's even what this is all about, because it's like if we go on here and then other people are chatting with each other, you get to find out about some of those bands, because many times I have talked about a band on here, and then afterwards I was like, you know what, I want to go hear that band. Even some stuff I need to go back on my own fucking podcast and watch, just to see if I can pick out some shit to check out, But there's been things I've said in the chat here that I've checked out, and I was like, holy fuck, this band is fucking amazing, dude. Symphony of Grief Memoriam split 7-inch. Didn't Dysphoria put out a new album recently? You guys are all from Illinois, so you guys would know. If I knew about Symphony of Grief, but didn't know about Necrosion, was connected. Cool. Yeah, it was the guitar player from Symphony of Grief is also the guitar player from Necrosion, John Lichko. He was an original old member of Gorephobia as well. And hello to John Lichko. I know you'll never see this. Your stack of beers to get through your room door. And we had those chemicals that we brought by your, Roy, you were playing Ossuary from Madison, Wisconsin. I'll be seeing a show with them in Milwaukee in December. I know the drummer, and they rip. Fucking A, killer. Or Orificia from Spain kicks ass. Yeah, hell yeah. Also, Larvae. That was loud as fuck. I have some new CDs that I got for my distro from Raul from Memento Mori. He put out the new Morbific CD. And I had gotten like Larvae and a bunch of other of those things, because those are good bands. Francisco, you should check out Larvae. Let's play another new something, maybe. I don't have any new music. Here's something for all the commercial fans.
Anyway, this next song is a special dedication to all the women out there tonight. Yeah. And not to Mr. Smarty Pants over here. Even though I still send out to you because you're a little bitch. And ain't nothing you can motherfucking do about it either. Junior. Now, this one is for the ladies.
Cannibal Corpse, that's right. You know what? I found a newfound I want to call it a love, or I'm not going to buy any Cannibal Corpse records, but a newfound respect. I don't know what the word would be. After I went to the Immolation Cannibal Corpse show with Black Anvil, shout out to them too. Shout out to Immolation and Dark Funeral. Said what's up to those guys. The Cannibal Corpse, like, that was a far away video, but anybody that knows, I usually like wait for just people to leave, and then like I just step up to the front as far as I can usually, and try to get the video from like not at the gate, but so as time went on, I got closer and closer and closer and closer, where I was like right next to the stage to watch that shit. I don't like to watch the show from too far away. But yeah, I found it, you know what? Like, I'm not a huge fan, and I never was a huge fan, but after that show, I was like, yeah, they're fucking pretty brutal, dude. Impunger is a really good, reminds me of Massacre. I guess Massacre from Colombia. Massacre Aggressive Tyrant demo. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Fucking, if it's old school death metal sounding, I'll probably like it. I wasn't feeling everything from. Here's a release I like. Save that one. Save that one for later. If you're in Houston, can you pick it up at Sound Exchange? Cool. Fucking A. What's up, Ian? How's it going, brother? Finally ordered that as well as the Pius Levis last week. Need all the Cemeterian. Any plans for comp CD? Death Metal Podcast coming with Slayer with red pants on. What's up? Anyway, let's take this out for a sec. Just gotta cue it next time. I wanted to shout out homie who was on the other week. Release out on Goat Throne. Vacuous Depths from Florida. This is a Florida show. I was talking to someone from Florida right before I got on here. Fuck yeah. So fucking let's see what we got in the chamber. I wanted to say what's up to Transylvania Tapes because they have put out a lot of good releases, and I really dig this band. I like their promo thing. I don't think I have it loaded here, but if you want to check this out, it's on vinyl, and enjoy. Let me pass the intro though. Cool, man. Fucking sick, right? Got another guest here, Francisco from Jamming Out All Badass FP. DMP and FP.
DMP and
Oh shit, I see Ken's Death Metal Crypt in the house too.
well,
Even.
damn, dude, you're attracting all the heavyweights.
Yeah. We do it like that. You do too, bro. Your show is killer, man. I like that. I was watching an Eric from Fear of God interview. That was pretty sick.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Eric's cool.
Yeah. There's my favorite one though is the Absu one. The interview with Absu.
Oh yeah, that was
fuck.
Yeah, that was cool. That was that one took a while because they don't really do those. That's like the first time they've ever done anything like that. So
right, that's what everyone tells me when they come on here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I know you get it too, where they're like, "Oh man, I don't know," and then they do it, and they're like, "Oh, that was fucking cool. It was a lot of fun, or whatever." So
yeah,
you just got to try it.
It's easy.
I mean, if we could do it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and especially like if like you see how it is too. Like if there's like a bunch of people, it's even easier. Or like say you invite me to your show versus me inviting you to my show. Like it's two different levels of things going on there, right?
Yeah, this is a lot easier for me just sitting here.
Exactly. Yeah. And then say if like I'm on your show, I'm just like, oh, I could leave anytime. I don't even know. Like I forgot about that,
Yeah. So cool. I'll see you later.
Yeah. See you later, bro.
But yeah. You're getting me with my own tricks.
So somebody said 90s Texas death metal. All right, The Sanctified, dude. You throw so many bands names. Crucifix,
I don't know who that is.
Divine Eve, Embalmed. All right, I know a lot of these bands. I mean, Indignation. That's Carl's right band.
Yeah, correct.
And then Embalmed. That's also a boys band, right?
Embalmed, I don't know, dude. I was around during this time, and I don't know any of these fucking bands.
Yeah,
a lot of these bands.
Magus, I know Postscriptive.
Yeah, Magus. Yeah. Tractor was from Houston.
Crucifix.
Crucifix was from Dallas. I saw them play a lot. I mean, I know you like what you like, but they always bored me to death back then.
Yeah,
so.
They were. I remember seeing their name all over the flyers from the Texas shows back in the day.
And actually, Lily's got a good one in the comment. Crucifixion was a really cool Houston band.
Cool.
That I used to see. They were around like when Imprecation was first starting out and all that shit. So, like,
yeah, I remember.
90,
Crawler,
91, whatever.
Crawler, and that other band. Where is it?
Crawler from Houston.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. There's tons. We had Crawler, Dark Rain, Splatteria, Crucifixion, Imprecation.
Splatteria. Yeah, lived at that guy's house for 2 weeks. It was awesome.
Yeah, there was some good
also,
stuff.
You other Texas fuckers, I sent all of you StreamYard invites, so if you want to come on here and pimp your friggin' goods or just talk death metal or black metal, I sent everyone StreamYard invites besides Francisco.
The Crucifixion first album was just reissued, like on vinyl. It was never on vinyl.
Really?
It was on CD. So if anybody's like want to check out Crucifixion from Houston, that first album.
Is the CD still around? Is it available? Is it hard to get?
It's hard to get. Do you remember Mausoleum Records from Germany?
Yeah, I remember that label.
Yeah, well, that's who put it out originally back in 93, I think the first album came out. Great.
That sounds hard to get then.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. It was just recently. It was recently reissued.
I recently put it out on vinyl, but you know what? I'm not a vinyl-aholic. I'm like a tape-aholic. So
yeah,
maybe.
You know what? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I think it is available on CD. Fraser, yeah. Fraser, is that reissue on CD? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is.
This is the graveyard shift, Lily. This is the fucking graveyard of death metal right here.
Beyond the unholy grave.
Yeah, beyond the unholy fucking grave. I see JD in the studio with no socks on. It must be warm in Texas.
I've been in that room. It's a pretty cool little room.
Yeah. I can't. I got like heavy socks on. It's fucking cold here. Fucks.
Yeah. Fraser says the CD was reissued.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out. La Cavern Records. No baloney, Anzalone to the rescue.
Apparently.
God damn, dude.
Yeah,
I saw you were.
Been, dude. Every time.
You got something to
tell
baloney?
No, yeah, no baloney Anzalone. No, I'm fucking with him. Every time I would ask him to come on, like on the, he's like, he just mysteriously disappears or whatever.
Yeah,
he's like,
I
just got your message. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Exactly.
Yeah. I don't have him on my socials, but I sent an invite to some Andre from Germany, Ian from Clawweight, Skip from Headrot, bunch of peoples, whatever. Cool. If like you guys want to chop it up.
Chop. No
so JD, I want you to. All right, I want to check that out. Same handle. Talking about no baloney. JD, I would love to watch that one video if you could get it to me where you had like the drum tutorial.
Oh yeah, that's a DVD that it was a limited time, straight to Laserdisc actually. But yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, it was limited. Let me get it for you, dude.
You got to transcribe it from a Laserdisc over with 2 Laserdiscs and
too much formatting, and you need like RCA cables. And
yeah,
they don't make those anymore.
Those things, yeah. You know what? I got a sampler downstairs, and I saw there's a run on floppy disks all of a sudden, and I'm like, oh shit. Like
what?
Like I gotta get 2 HD floppy disks. Like what the fuck planet is this? Fucking 1986. So we're gonna play a song.
No more Radio Shacks.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Yeah, no rush. Check this out. I put this out years ago. It's like Necroharmonicville tonight. All right, there we have it.
Fuck yeah.
Fucking brutality.
Hey,
For me
so
right now,
like,
it's
have you done all their stuff?
Disma and then everybody else.
No. I put out that was their first 7-inch. I put that out. They put out their own demo.
Okay.
And then after that, I think like they put out a split 7-inch or something with a foreign label, and then they put out a full length release with Profound Lord.
Okay.
So
That's
they
a good
were with
label.
them for a little while, and then I put out a demo compilation with all the 7-inches and the demo, and then I put out the new thing, the Earth Endium. I mean,
Yeah. All
So-
massive. If you put
Yeah.
all that music on a fucking plate, it would like break the table that the plate was on.
I hear you, dude. I mean, they're one of my favorite bands, so it's
Fuck yeah.
kind of like it's cool to put them out. Obviously, like when you get to put out like the stuff that you feel like the most akin to, it's like, oh, geez, like at least you don't like say it like in the record label zone too. Like you could be taking a chance when you go to record a band, and they could have changed their style up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'd be like, damn, I don't really like this recording either. No. That
Hey,
happened to me.
Yeah.
And speaking of Disma and maybe Francisco, I've been curious to hear your thoughts on that. But like, isn't it fucking badass when a singer can sing that chingon and the mic is not like cupping the mic? It's like back here and it's just ooh.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, that's fucking-
have you had any singers like that you jam with? Can they sing that far away? UK, you play with 100 bands?
Yeah, well, I think Sal, Splatteria Sal could do that. But no, Craig is just a fucking legend in the death metal
Low.
vocals. I mean, how many people kind of are influenced by his style? Endless. You hear it all the time, I mean, there's only one Craig, right? But he's still
Was he the first
influencing
singer for
people.
Incantation?
Not
was it
not
someone-
not officially.
Not like official, like they jammed out with another dude. But did that guy
Well,
sing
Will.
the same way?
Well, they had Profanatica's lineup first. So,
Yeah.
so all the 3 guys from Profanatica were Incantation and John
Okay.
McEntee. Then they had Will Romer from Mortician was their singer. And then
That guy's voice sounds like moving concrete. Man.
yeah. And then
Fucking
Craig.
brutal. Okay.
So they, and then as time went on, John became the singer.
Who
Yeah,
also
but they
sings
even
that
had
way?
a-
He perpetuated.
Yeah.
They even had Daniel Corchado.
They had Daniel from the Chasm.
Senator. Oh yeah, Chasm.
Is that how you say it? I'm an American. Is it
Chasm.
Chasm or
Chasm.
Chasm?
I think it's Chasm.
Yeah. All right. So we got a video we want to play that is from JD.
Oh shit! You can do that now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can wait.
I guess
I got
I'll let me
I got
let
something
me
else.
let
No,
me
I got
introduce
something.
this.
No, like if you want to, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I want to hear what you have to say about that. I'm curious.
Well, you want to set it up?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I've got this little room I'm always in. If y'all watch these shows and see my personal channel, I'm always posting in this room in here, and I record bands in here. I jam out in here. I'm always producing stuff, and I come from like this formal training of music, and then like as a kid, I kind of like simultaneously was into extreme scene as well as like band and all that nerdy shit, right? So I've
Gotcha.
kind of always had that nerd streak in me all the time, despite how like I am or want to be. But anyways, so I filmed this instructional video, right? Paramount Pictures and Mel Bay Books. They pitched in for the production. It's kind of high end, and it was early
Yeah.
for its time. It was a little early for its time. They didn't even have AI yet. That's how amazing this guy's. They figured it
Yeah,
out.
the
And,
AI is fucking incredible.
and they use it in movies now apparently, but I kind of did it before. It was a person who had assumed. It's called assumed intelligence, not really artificial. But anyways, and
Let's check it out.
it took a long time to make. I hope you guys. Here's the trailer for it. I guess a little summary.
be on the screen for this, bro.
This is retarded. You know, New York. There's no talking because it was going to go multi-nations, so they thought it was cheaper to just use text, no voiceovers. There's a lot to learn out there, and I'm just giving little tidbits. When you're a professional, you go beyond the traditional means. You create new means, you know, like this one. Start tips and blast, motherfuckers. That's what's up. Nothing's faster than the speed of light, boys. I present you. It's so fast you can't hear it, dude. I slowed down and then you heard the
Damn,
kicks.
that's what that's a, I don't know. AC might have you.
You heard of the gravity
Yeah,
blast?
AC did that.
Yeah, Superman's gravity blast, like in space and shit. Anti-gravity blast. Hard. That took me a long time to learn that one.
Yeah.
Rest in
shit.
peace, Kamikaze. Ah, I love that cat. I miss that cat. Oh, the kitty. My kitty. Oh, I'm gonna
Double
cry.
face.
I miss my kitty. Now get out of here. He was submissive. 10 points if anybody knows what that sample's from. Fuck yeah, look at the triceps, dude. That takes some practice.
Damn, the drums were better than that than some death metal bands.
With that
socks.
dungeon. Yes.
Tighter.
That's what you call a sucky drummer.
Don't have those little.
Here's where the
What the
retard
fuck?
level goes through the roof. Ric Flair, baby. Woo! Yay. Baby,
You know what? Ken's Death Metal Crip said that it's nice to be you're that talented, and I agree too, man. There's a lot going on there, you know. Hold on,
It's
I'm
a
gonna try
bunch
to
of pretend.
push the video out. I think you say kick from studio, but that won't knock you out. But hopefully it doesn't. No, that's gonna kick the guests out. All right.
Kick me out. Kick me out.
Yeah, after that, kick them out.
That
Kick
sock
the Cena,
blast,
boys.
yo, that
Let's
sock
go
blast
next
was
time.
tighter than the old death metal fucking cenotaph rehearsals.
Oh man, I love Cenotaph. I'm so lucky. I can say I finally saw them play live, dude. This year in DTF, this past DTF, it was fucking killer
Sick.
performance.
That was with Enrique singing, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Awesome. He was a crazy guest when he came on. Like the stories
I
that
saw
shot out
that.
of his fucking mouth.
Yeah,
I was like, I was like not even ready for that. I was like, oh shit, I forgot about all this. Like I remembered, lightly like Baphomet records and some other record thing, but I'm like, I forgot about World War III,
Yeah.
So it's like, god damn, dude, you've been, involved with so much shit. God damn.
hey, somebody earlier mentioned these guys. This is a definite 7-inch. Everybody needs it. Well, I mean, you can't get it anymore, but you need to
Necrosion.
check out Necrosion.
Yeah,
It was brought up
original-
earlier, so
Wasn't that
Yeah.
on what record
Afterworld.
label? Afterworld Records.
Afterworld.
Somebody's echoing a little bit. Hell yeah! Cheers from Salem, Oregon. Sorry, I meant to say
Oregon?
another. I went to say Massachusetts, just like out of because that's closer to me. All right, I'm gonna play a song.
Yeah.
Check this out. What is it? I don't think I'm gonna play Trey Zagazoth's DIU arrest video yet.
What?
Oh yeah.
My friend was in Miami, and he was at this show, and I'm gonna try to fast forward it just to one of the songs or whatever. So bear with me for a split second, Death Metal Podcast viewers. So check this out.
The next two are going to be brand new guys off that record.
All right, there you have it. Phobia.
That that drummer was doing some cool stuff
There
in
was
there,
something
man.
going on there. Obviously, the audio was pretty bad, but like good band. You know, like you should
Yeah.
check out their official recording. You know, anyone who hasn't on here, the new shit. It's really tight, heavy. I think even you would like it, Francisco, even though you're jaded.
He hates it all.
No, man, that's the best band I've ever heard in my life.
Whoa.
He's got his Astro statue out now.
Oh
He's
yeah,
repping to the fullest.
yeah, no, that, yeah, repping.
All right, so on to the next. So my man Oscar from Ceremonium actually recorded that. So it was from this tour. There was a tour going through. Played in that was from Miami. So that was this band right here, and this was a show it was from. 200 stab wounds, undeath, enforced, and fulfilled.
Reminds me of that Violence. Remember that Violence song, Phobophobia?
Right, phobophobia. Yeah,
That song rules.
yeah. I mean, that violence. The vocals on that were.
Yeah, they were hit. You either liked them or you didn't, and I liked them. So
Yeah. What about I tried to send away for that tape. Remember they gave away the free demo thing?
with Mechanic Records or something.
Yeah. And then they said they gave away 10,000 of them, but I think they gave away like 1,000 of them, and they were just like, yeah. Now we got you on your mailing list.
Yeah,
If
We
they
got
gave
mailing.
away 10,000, that's notable. Like there would be awards even for that. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, if that happened, that was smart though, because they were trying to put some traction on under violence. But I would say, out of everything I ever saw, like as far as like traction under a band, like they had no traction under them at all. You know what I mean? Like they had some, they were a little known, but like there was a lot of other bands that got like way more fucking traction.
Oh, yeah.
Considering if you gave out 10,000 sampler tapes with their demo, then and they put out what is it, the name of it, Nightmare, I forget what's the name of the first record again.
Eternal Nightmare.
Eternal Nightmare. Okay. And
Yes,
then
sir.
that wasn't like a fucking Testament or Slayer record, that was like a fucking
It had a little bit of hardcore. I felt like there were moments, that like hardcore thrash, not just pure evil thrash. So yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's a different, different for its time even. So like the jaded thrash user like me at the time was probably like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it came out 80, 88, something like that.
The cover, on the other hand, was on some death metal shit,
Yeah.
Yeah, in '88, I guess that seemed like I'm not saying that we didn't listen to it. Me and Venner rocked that shit out hard, But you know what I mean? It was kind of like, I don't know. I felt like something was to be desired. I guess it was the vocals,
Yeah.
Did you notice how for a moment there they were all like synchronized kind of death, like headbanging?
Oh, the
You notice that?
phobe?
Yeah, it reminded me of like there's these conjunto bands, these Tejano bands, and there'll be like 7 dudes, and they'll all dress real snazzy, and they'll do like these dances together and shit. It's pretty cool. Synchronized.
Interesting.
I don't know. I sent you that. Well, it's like really long. The one I just sent you.
Did
So
you send
obviously,
it to my email or did you send it here?
No, I just sent it on there. You should be able to see it in a
All
minute.
right, cool. Thank you.
Did you also notice that fucking fire hazard of a decor?
Yeah.
Straw hay, no mames.
It was in Miami, so I don't know. Maybe I don't think
was that outdoors?
Outside, though. I'm not sure.
I totally.
Sure. Oscar,
I totally
if you're still
play
in the
there.
chat. You can let us know, brother.
Yeah, dude. Fucking
East
wear
Coast.
straw hats and hell yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Hawaiian shirts.
You got Hawaiian shorts on going to that show.
Going to a
You
show
got
in
Hawaiian-
Chanclas?
Hawaiian shorts and a dismember shirt. You know what I mean?
Count me
Is
in.
the fit there?
Count me in.
Got the Mechanics Records Violence CD? Yeah, that's the original,
course.
I believe.
Of course you do.
I got the vinyl of the. I guess it's Mechanics Records, right? Was that like a sub label of a bigger label, like Enigma or some shit?
What's the deal with Noise and Combat? Was it also a thing where they were like
Yeah,
subsidiaries or whatever?
yeah, I believe so. Those were good releases, though. If you saw Noise or Combat, you could almost grab the release without even hearing it, right?
There was a moment where labels like you can't miss if it's on X label. You know, it kind of
Yeah.
was like foreshadowing of what you were gonna get. You know.
Almost a lot of them, like maybe in that turn in those, the only label that I thought that maybe I couldn't completely trust because I took a risk or two was Roadrunner, because like they put out
Yeah.
like some non, like, I don't know,
What years are you
like
talking
90,
about?
80, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. You know
So
what I mean?
already then they were doing non
Oh, yeah.
heavy.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, they had some heavy shit. Like they had like maybe Sepultura first
Yeah.
album. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So you would think
Deicide.
I could blind buy on this. You know what I mean? Label. But then I did a blind buy and I got some like Protector or some bullshit. You know what I mean? So I was like, what the fuck is this? Don't fuck
Yeah.
with
Well,
this.
actually,
fucking tech stuff.
Central Media was kind of the same too when they first started out.
Yeah,
Because I remember
they
buying
were.
something. It was what was that band Despair or something like that? I bought that. It came out like in 90, 91 or something like that. And I was like, man, this sucks. Dude. I need to take this back.
It's like the label owners.
But
Band.
was the cover badass? Like, did you see the cover and you're like, I gotta check that out?
I blocked it all out of my fucking mind. It's like I don't want to remember.
You know what? I can't block out of my mind. I bought a Texas record, Evil Dead, just for the cover, and I was like,
yeah,
it's gonna be so fucking good. And then once I got it, I was like, wah, wah. I was like this.
What there was a
Maybe you guys were loving it though. Because
no, Evil Dead was from California, weren't they?
Yeah, there was 2 albums. They had that real kick ass like it looked like Rodney Dangerfield, but like but from the fucking Army of Darkness characters, but it was like it looked like Rodney Dangerfield. Is it that one?
I don't know. I mean, there was no photos on it. It had like a replica cover.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, that band was kind of cool. That California band.
I thought somebody had written the name, but yeah, it was something Civilization or something like that.
Yeah, I still have it actually. I just I kept it just for the cover.
yeah, that's right. The guy on the beach.
Not just left Roadrunner says it wasn't what it used to be. Took 23 years to figure it out.
They should have figured it out when they got signed to the label. Starting with that.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were on there. I knew nothing.
Yeah, how about some self-awareness there, buddy? If they sign us, they fucking suck.
Yeah. All right, we got a video queued up here.
What you got?
Should I play it from in the start?
Oh yeah, let me kind of give a little setup. So this is never before seen rehearsal footage of Steve-O, Mark, and Dan rehearsing before their 2007 reunion show. So it's never been seen or anything like that. Damn. So I have one song on YouTube, but I think what you're gonna play has never been seen by maybe a couple of people.
Cool, man.
There you go.
All right, check it out, everybody. That's right. Exclusives. Did Andy Jones see this?
No. Man, Dan rules, man. Dan's the best. Look at him.
With that Bob Rock technique.
Badass.
Oh, I like it. Oh,
Disorganized.
yeah, it's like my favorite fucking Nigga song.
Toilet paper.
Look at him. He's fucking. I love that guy.
He's cranking.
He eats a lot of
Maniac.
like. He eats well.
He eats a roll of toilet paper. Done. That guy was funny as shit, actually. I hung around with him when he played down here when he played with Fleet. Fleet cut the creek.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were cool as fuck. Dude. Wild rags, bro. They gave you this, and then they gave you like blasphemy at the same time. So you're like kind of like, whoa, what the fuck, right?
Yep.
Look how close he has a hi hat, man.
Hell
it's like
yeah, dude.
real near.
That's it.
Dan
So cool.
rules.
That was a killer
Dan
drum
Malin
video.
rules.
Yeah, man, that was the killer video, dude.
Yeah.
It's cool to see that. That was before that like reunion-y show, right? In 2007.
Correct.
I vended in 2006 at that one right before that. At like for some reason that year I vended like everything I could go to, you know.
Yeah, I think Steve-O told me they practiced like twice, like maybe 2 or 3 times, like before that
Right.
gig, because obviously they hadn't played in what 15 years before that.
I don't see the other guitar player in that video.
No, he practiced with them, but not that time.
Gotcha. Yeah, they were cool as fuck. I went to go in Rhode Island. The the airport was real small, dude. It was like it felt like I was at a fucking like a supermarket, less than a supermarket even. So it was like completely like this tiny little thing. Like you're like, what the fuck? And then just you see like a little ass plane pull up, and then like Impetigo got out. And I was like, God damn,
They went
sick.
private. Fucking
It,
fancy.
it felt
dude.
like it because
That's
the airport
badass.
was so small. Yeah, yeah. And then we went to Fleet's house and whatever. They played that fest. No, they played a show the night before, and it was like at this warehouse where like they had this big swing in the middle, and it was fucking mayhem, man. Like literally a mosh pit
swing?
with 30 people. Yeah, picture a mosh pit with 30 people, but then picture a tire swing coming in the middle of it and just smashing it to pieces.
Fuck yeah. That's the pit and the pendulum.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, and like 2 guys on it at the same time, like kicking everyone and shit. It was at Moral Decay's practice place in Bedford, Mass, or some shit.
Bedford.
Yeah,
Yeah.
New Bedford,
Not
Mass.
Mortal
Yeah,
Decay or
Moral Decay.
Moral.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Moral.
that's the infamous Rhode Island Death Fest.
Yeah, and so that was they had like a precursor show, and it was like
Yep.
I swear it was like $5 and free beer or something.
Yeah,
And
like all the sickest bands playing.
And it was like kegs, and I don't remember the show too well. I remember the Impetigo set, and I remember obviously that swing thing. But the rest of the show, like I think Flem played, etc. I don't remember any of that fucking shit, dude. You know,
Crazy.
it was.
I played
it
a show
was,
in Mexico where they had these like they were super wide. They were wider than 2 people, like more than like 2 people plus could sit on one swing, and they had 3 swings. The name of this place was called Escarabajo, which is like a scarab. I think that's what the name of the place is, scarab. And it was in Nuevo Laredo, so you had to go to Laredo, and we literally had to walk all our half stacks, the drum stuff, the bass rig, from a parking lot across down a ways across the street, and then across the Rio Grande River on foot. A fucking line of metalheads with gear and drums and half stacks, all the way into Mexico, down a ways, down another ways, and like walk to the bar and load up. So it took like
Mm.
it was like 15 or 20 people, and everybody had their hands full. We could only take one trip. We had to move the whole show in one trip from Laredo to, and they had swings there too. That's rowdy. I'd never seen that
Oh
before.
wow, that's
Yeah, that
crazy.
reminded me. Wow, that's a good memory. Forgot about that shit.
Damn.
We had a venue in Houston that had a swing also, like
And
a warehouse.
and when you went over the Rio Grande, obviously you guys weren't in rafts or anything. You took a bridge, right?
Yeah, no. At night we came back. We swam across in some
Yeah,
rafts, and
yeah.
yeah,
Put your
we
lamp
avoiding-
on
shot,
there.
we
Avoiding
shot
all
off
the
flares to the east to the cameras and the dogs to look that way, and then we like, okay, let's go home, guys. We're in the west over there,
Yeah. Damn.
avoiding gunfire.
Yeah, avoiding gunfire.
Hey,
as you
Roy.
go.
Is this still something? I don't know if you want to talk about it, but is this still something you're gonna
Yeah,
gonna do?
it is something I'm still gonna
okay.
release, like a discography
Okay,
thing where it
cool.
has like the Putrefact 7-inch, the rehearsal demo,
Yeah,
and then also some
You're like
live
me.
shit too.
you're like me and
Afterworld.
don't really like promoting. You don't like promoting your stuff on your own show, like I don't. So
I guess not.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm reminding you to fucking
I
tell
know.
everybody that you're
That's-
working on that shit.
Yeah,
It's a
we've
good
been
flex,
working on a lot.
Francisco. That's a good flex. That you're like, oh, you're gonna remaster the original, which I have right here. Like, it's a good flex,
I
dude.
know.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I'll
Roy's
have to
got
do that
two,
on
but-
your show.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm saying
Well,
I'll do that on your show, because we don't. Yeah, like
yeah.
we forget to like promote our own shit.
Our own
basically.
shit. I know. it.
I mean, it's like I'm more interested in doing this for like other people than I am to like push my record label.
Same here.
So it's like I don't even understand the concept of that. But I mean, at the same
Yeah.
time, we just played Disma, but it just was because the MP4 was here.
Yeah.
It's not
Hey,
like
I
was
got a
trying to
question
push
about
it.
your label. I got a question about Roy.
So-
Speaking of how you don't want to like toot your own horn, I'm gonna ask you. I'm looking at your release list right here. You have a fucking lot of releases you've done. When
Right.
did you start the label again? In 90 what or what?
Well, it was like a distro in 90 and 91, like a cassette
Okay.
distro. And then
Right.
by like 92, we put out the Ceremonium 7-inch.
Uh-huh.
And then that was starting to be distributed through like 93.
Uh-huh.
And I went back to tapes again, too. I put out like Catasexual Urge Motivation. Then I started putting out like Live Autopsy 7-inches. And then 'cause
You're going in
Autopsy
order, dude. You're
stayed in
almost
my house.
perfectly in order. That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Autopsy
I mean,
stayed at my
you were-
house. So on the Incantation tour in '93. So like I like formed a bond with those guys and was hanging out with them, obviously. And then as time went on, they weren't together. Like they broke up like pretty much a little while after that tour.
Yeah.
But I stayed in contact with them, and then I was like, yo, I would love to put those demos out. You know what I mean? So we put
Yeah.
out like, first I put out the live stuff from one of the live shows as
Yeah.
a double 7-inch. And that doesn't even have Necroharmonic's name on it. Because at the time
Right.
I was like kind of nervous, I was like, I don't know if I could put this out, So I was like, fuck it, I'll put it out without my name on it, But it's a really good double live 7-inch too. That eventually got reissued on CD called Dead as Fuck with a live show from Mexico. But
Oh, okay.
anyway, so I put out that, and then I ended up putting out my debut CD release was Autopsy Demos, which
Yep.
I think are probably some of the most important like death metal demos there
No
is.
doubt.
Right there with Morbid Angel, Death, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So-
All those cats.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's pretty
those-
wild, dude. You
those
even
two
did
demos.
the Funebrarum. That's pretty neat, man. Funebrarum, I found out about them. I mean, this says you released it in 01. I didn't find
Right.
out about them till like way later,
Right.
But that band's also, if I remember correctly, also very cavernous and deep, low, evil sounding death metal, deep
Yeah.
ass vocals and shit.
So I go back with that band as well. the guitar player of Funebrarum sat in front of me in high school. So in
Oh
ninth
shit!
grade, Nick
Wow, dude.
Orlando from Funebrarum and
Yeah.
Evoken, he sat right in front of me in high school, and he went to my high school, Kearney High School.
Oh
And
shit.
so like he kind of helped. He was like him and Bill Venner and me. Like we were like a circle of people trading like our tapes around and shit. So we all like. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah.
have that little circle of people that the only couple, like two people that listen to the same music as you. Everyone else in the school's on some like listening to fucking Michael Jackson or some bullshit,
Surrounded by posers.
or poser metal, like
Yeah, yeah.
getting fucking quizzed by someone about Metal Church. Like fuck Metal Church, I'm fucking listening. Fucking, it's like I don't.
Hey, every
listen to
rose
metal.
has its
Come on,
thorn.
man.
Fuck you.
We'll watch the children pray. Or,
I don't even know.
They got some good
Like,
jams.
yeah, I doubt it.
I like metal.
Dude,
Church.
and then you did Dercada.
I was looking for the
that Return album.
Yeah, we
I
did
have that.
Dercada's demos. Actually,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a demo
I got that.
discography of the.
I didn't know
like,
you released it. I'm gonna go look at it and see the fucking logo again. Like, damn, that's my boy Roy.
yeah. We got.
Roy's done a lot, man.
I've done it like done things from like bigger labels and I guess bigger bands now. I guess you'd call it that, which is cool. I mean, it worked out cool. I put out what I listened to, basically. So it was like kind of like if I listened to the band, then I was like, hey, you want to put this out? And then I don't know. I was like, if you some of the stuff's kind of close to home, obviously, like your Funebrarum, Autopsy. Like I said, they stayed at my house, so that's probably I put Abscess.
Yeah.
And then who else? Dercada's not too far. I used to write to Dercada in like 1989 and 90.
Yeah.
So like I had a pen pal relationship with a lot of bands. So also there was a Disgrace 7-inch I did not put out. Disgrace from Finland.
Oh, you also did Disciples of Mockery? That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
Another pillar band.
Yep.
Oh yeah, somebody just brought up. You did the Goraphobia, right? Too.
I did Goraphobia is
the Vile Beast
originally.
one?
Yeah, in 1990, I had put out their demo. That was like the first thing I put out, And then in I don't know what year, but we put out the Vile Beast of Abomination CD, and it had like 4 songs that were recorded, which 2 were unrecorded old songs like Cremate and Hate, where they would only play them live at their shows, which is rare, right? Because most death metal bands, they have like really badass songs that they only played live at their shows and never recorded them. You know what I mean?
They never got around to it.
Hate. Yeah, and another one. They finally put that on that CD, and then we put the demos and the 7 inches and shit. So yeah, I mean, my disc, I think that's why a lot of people talk to me, because they're like, "Holy fuck, dude, Necroharmonic," Like I guess it put some kind of dent on the fucking scene. Plus,
dude,
I played outside the system, so I was like, fuck this whole fucking distribution bullshit scene, because I saw everyone I knew got fucked, basically. So I was like, you know what, man, I'm not playing with that fucking shit. I could send this stuff around the world myself, basically. I don't need barcodes and a bunch of middlemen and a bunch of fucking assholes to be in the middle of my fucking shit. So, I mean, although we got lower distribution, I think we put out like quality stuff, I didn't feel like I wanted to, be some other fucking. I don't know if that makes sense, but I try to keep it underground. Like I kept the entire label, like even to this day, like we don't have distribution and all this shit, like I want, we do because
we do in a new format. I mean, look at what we're doing,
Right. And then also whatever is distributed overseas or in Europe or whatever, it's distributed from me to those other record labels. You know what I mean? So there's no fucking red distribution, and they want to send us 200 CDs, or we're going to send you 100 back if they don't sell them, and you owe us money for these ads and all this bullshit. That I was like, fuck that, dude. I could put out a whole other release with that money, man. Fuck that, dude.
So we're Royce, we're gonna promote Necroharmonic all we can right now, JD. So this was the
going down the Necroharmonic rabbit hole.
Oh shit!
This was the original one. Yeah.
This
was the original one with artwork. Anybody know who did that artwork? Pretty infamous guy.
Anyone in the chat know who did the Autopsy artwork? So yeah, we did the demos.
Let's see the logo. Let me see the logo, dude. Turn it around again. Let's see the
Yeah, he drew
Necroharmonic
the
logo.
logo.
The
Oh, the
Necroharmonic.
logo's right here.
Oh yeah. Fucking A.
Yeah.
And the artist drew the logo for the actual CD, which is kind of cool, you know.
Yeah. Anybody in the chat who drew this? He
Yeah.
became infamous. They
Became pretty fucking
even made a
infamous.
documentary. They made a documentary about this guy.
Yep, that's it. Mike
Yep,
Diana,
Mike Diana. That's
the
right.
boiled angel guy.
I knew Chris Noyes would know.
And he was accused of being the Gainesville Ripper.
Yes, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
if you
moved out
haven't
of
seen
Florida
that,
because of that.
if you haven't seen that documentary, Boiled Angel,
Where do you see that?
I think I saw it. Man, it's
Netflix
been
or
a while
something.
now. Been
It's
like a
on
couple of years.
Amazon Prime or something.
The only
Okay.
thing that was weird about that, dude, is they had Jello Biafra narrating it for some reason, which is totally weird.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike
Yep.
Diana, he was a fucking pistol, bro. He
Dude,
would
that
call my
dude got-
house, and he had such an effeminate voice. I remember the first times he was calling there, my girl flipped the fuck out, dude. Who the fuck is
Oh, yeah.
Diana? And I'm like, I didn't put two and two together. I'm like, what?
Amazon Prime. Look for it, JD. You'll like it.
All right.
This girl calling named Diana called. She wanted to fucking kill me, you know? And then I guess I called the number back, and it was like, hi, Mike Diana. I was like, oh, no wonder my girl thought it was a girl, you know?
Yeah, but that was always cool. I remember you telling me about when you were putting this out. You were totally psyched about getting the artwork
Hell
from him.
yeah.
I
Because that
remember,
guy
dude,
was
because
infamous.
yeah, me and Roy used to like talk on the phone and shit way back when or whatever. And
Yeah.
I remember him being all excited about this.
Hell yeah.
And
he drew
wow,
something else too for me that like I always thought was like, I was like, this is gonna be my bandstand cover. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
really?
So I put some art aside I never even put out. I seen it out in the wild a little bit, but not much. But I was like, I remember I paid him like, I don't even remember. Like that cover cost like, I don't even know, dude, like $30, $40
Yeah,
or something
yeah.
at the time. And then he sent another art for something else. I think it was Gut. And because I was like, yo, can you draw a 7-inch cover for Gut? You know? And then
yeah. Oh,
or something.
yeah. I
And
was
then
looking.
he sent something else, and then it did. No, it was for Autopsy again. My bad, but it just didn't fit. It didn't fit Autopsy. So I was like, oh, you know what? This fits me. It's totally fucking disgusting, dude. Hey,
Yeah,
Richard
dude.
Santos, what's up, my man?
Whoa, look at Richard. Look what he wrote below that.
Yeah, I met Mike Diana just before he got arrested in Bell County, about an
Wow.
hour before.
Damn,
fuck.
Richard.
Oh.
Dude, Richard's
Where's
been
Bell County?
everywhere.
Florida? Is Bell County in Florida?
I would guess. I don't know.
Yeah, Richard Santos gets around.
Richard.
Bro.
Yeah, dude, he's a whore.
Didn't Steve-O do the Gut 7-inch cover? Yeah, he did do
Yes,
the
he
Gut
did.
artwork.
Damn.
All right,
Let
in
me,
Texas, Bell County, Texas.
Let me look.
Interesting.
Well, we probably
Never
can't
heard.
show the Gut cover on here though, right?
We could show whatever the frig we want on here. I
Let me
think
let me find it.
Yeah.
play disgusting music. I guess we could show the covers of the disgusting bands, right? JD's like, I'll play something disgusting for you. Hold on, drum machine.
Yeah.
I gotta. I'm gonna play a video while I take a leak anyway. So check this out. Where we got it? Hold on. No, that's not it.
While I take a leak till I return. Suffer. Boom.
Let's see here. All right, these are my homies. I was talking to them today. Anyway, yeah, they're
Uh-oh.
sick, right? Caustic
Yeah,
vomit.
yeah. A good call to
You might be
incantation.
looking at another generational necroharmonic right there. So
Well, uh-oh.
more the newer one. You know what I mean? Part of the crew.
That's
Hell
good.
yeah.
We'll see though. You know, like sometimes things change too. So I don't want to, whatever. They're
Never
good.
mind.
I
Yeah.
mean, I love them. So they're good band. Fucking cool dudes. Fucking brutal. You know.
Yes, sir. Oh, I found that record.
Okay, here we go.
You ever trade with what's his name, Milus from what's that?
This is a
Like a
gut
harmonic.
7-inch I put out back
Oh,
in one of my earliest releases.
Hey, what was cool that when I looked through here, Roy, was this was still in there.
Oh,
Remember?
what's that? Oh, an old
Remember
advertisement.
when you? Yeah.
$4 US,
Yeah.
$5 world.
Oh yeah. What is my old eyes can't see? What does that say?
Yeah,
4 or 5?
PO Box 187, Kearney. Bring the cover up
Yep.
again. Let the fans see.
Yeah, this was Steve-O.
Now this was
artwork.
extremely hard to get printed. I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
I had
damn,
to
I
go
can see why.
around and literally beg people to print this, and because it had a colored reddish logo and a reddish bottom. So
Yep.
and the back pictures were colored. So
Yep.
like I took this to every print shop you could imagine to try to ask them, hey, can you print this? And the universal thing I got was, my wife works here. My wife works here. My wife works here. So like nobody wanted to fucking print the thing anywhere. And eventually I lived near Newark, New Jersey. So like I would I think I would walk, dude, or take my bicycle or some shit to like a rough spot in town. But then they had like this like Kinko's type place that was open during the day. So it was like kind of like not a bad time to go there. And then they had laser like copy machines, so like I was able to go in there and throw the cover down and make like laser copy covers of the cover.
Oh yeah.
That was the only way I could do it. And even then, somebody was like, "Yo, you can't fucking make those here. What's that pornography?"
Yeah. Yeah, people
I
take it
wonder
for
why it's
granted,
hard to
dude.
get printed. I wonder why exactly.
People take it for granted. Like I work at a print shop, right? Like we printed this at our shop, right? And every now and then, as a commercial entity, you gotta print stuff, right? So we'll
Right.
print school stuff, we'll print city stuff, and then we'll print political shit, right? So and so will vote for this guy or vote for this girl or whatever. So we're printing all their stuff, and then we're printing this church, this school, that politician, and then my ass comes in and I'm like, yeah, put this upside down cross, let's print it at our shop. And I what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like we're here to serve the community, and the community's like wild, man. So as long
If
as
it's a
maybe you're
bigger
not like,
place, I'm assuming they would do it, But I guess I
yeah.
went to places so small, and it was such a long time ago too.
But
that
that's
they
the
were
thing. It's
scared
at
of
the
it
discretion of the owner, right? It's
Yeah.
a mom and pop shop,
Yeah.
so you got to be
all
like,
the time.
please, like I
They
promise
told me
everybody's
no
cool.
all the time for that one. They looked at it.
I got
and
told no.
They were like, "No way."
Well, if what blows my mind with that is it's not even the artwork, because I understand the artwork, but the fact that trying to do DIY covers in color, that shit wasn't easy.
No,
It was not easy. To me, that's what I was like, dude, how did you do this?
Say if
How
that
did-
was a black and white and they didn't send me the back color photos, then I
Yeah.
probably could have just made a photocopy machine and
Right.
just made those. But
Yeah,
being
you
that
could-
I wanted it to be color,
early 90s, you couldn't just go to
yeah,
fucking
you couldn't
wherever.
get like
You
and
couldn't do it.
show the back though, because that's really where the color is mostly at.
Yeah, it's the
There you
band
go.
photos.
The band photos,
And this
Yep.
guy's got a dildo on his head. Can you print these,
Exactly.
please?
I know. Everyone that saw that was like, "What the fuck is that?"
Ollie Roeder, dude. Ollie Roeder.
Yeah,
ruled.
and I cut that out. I cut it all out and put like little tape and paper and like little glue sticks and shit. So that's how it eventually, like that's how that cover was made. And then with Steve-O's art on the flip,
Yep.
I colored in the red because there was no red there was no red
Yeah.
thing. Like
Yeah,
I
it's
colored
good.
in that hyperintestinal thing.
Yeah, it's
But
hard.
it
That
looked
was
good
hard.
in the end. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it was cool, and I like the way they printed with the stupid freaking laser printer, whatever the fuck. But at the time, like even laser printers were like kind of new, dude. So
Yeah, check it out. Here's
people would-
the flyer to my first show I ever played, and it was made like that. It was all like Xerox stuff.
Right.
So it's like a photo of Frank, rest in peace, and a photo. This is the band I was in. Wait, I got to figure out what. This is my band, Immortal Storm,
Uh-huh.
and that was Frank. Frank also did artwork for Necrovore, and I think he did something for Immolation back in the day. And
Wow.
he's a tattoo guy and an artist. And then this other guy is Picos, my friend. They both passed away, dude. That's rowdy, man.
Oh shit.
All like
Rest in
close
peace.
to within a year of each other recently. So anyways, yeah, but like, that's it. That all the logos were done like on a, this guy I know, he got this from a newspaper, and he that was the venue, and then he wrote the date down on another piece of paper, and then cut that out and put it on the other paper.
Everything's
This
cut and
part is
paste.
all cut. And
Cut
then
and
just
paste.
Xerox, boom, 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 boom.
I
make
did a
bunch
whole
of Xerox yourself.
fanzine like that. I did my whole beginning label was that, like everything, and then I did a fanzine like that where I cut and paste every fucking thing.
Yeah, it's like it's not Photoshop. He didn't type that. He literally, it's
There
almost
was no
dumb. Like,
computer.
he
There
typed
was
it
no
over
fucking
here and then
computers.
cut it out and then put it over there and then Xeroxed it because he
The
had
only-
to combine it with the photos. That's
Yeah,
why
the
he
only
would-
way you would see computers back then is if someone had like a word processor or some shit. And even then, like when I first started doing my shit, like there wasn't even word processors. There was fucking typewriters. I was like, how
Hell
the
yeah.
fuck did they compile these? Because I would like look at like my thrash records and I'd be like, how the fuck did they do this? I don't understand.
Yep,
You know what I mean?
exactly.
But I guess I figured it
Exactly.
out because, I remember
that's why-
Impetigo had to move because Steve O's flyer art. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Uh,
But yet I could walk around with a shirt like this nowadays, at the post office.
yeah,
and
it's crazy.
like,
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, not that I'm liked or I care, but
Well,
whatever.
going back what you said, like those big label like releases, they look all. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Damn, man.
Same shit.
They
Catastrophic.
look like.
Those members of Obituary. I see.
Oh yeah.
Will be
Trevor, yeah.
available. Catastrophic. and
Oh,
Severance.
Catastrophe. They were like a crossover hardcore, fastcore.
Oh, they have a same logo as Catastrophic. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, this was hand
Almost
drawn.
like
I don't know.
Catastrophic fucking stole their logo.
This was an unsung grindcore band. They have one album
don't know
called
that one.
Every Bitch Must Die, and it's a glorious album.
I know
Very-
Severance and
Oh
Prophecy.
yeah, Severance. Yeah, that's the band. I was in this band that night, and we were playing with the band I ended up joining later on, which is hilarious. These guys are
Oh.
from Dallas. They came all the way down to the valley for the show. But look, I think that's Mick Harris right here, and it's just all like wild, dude. It's
You
hilarious.
Texas guys were like obsessed with Mick Harris, huh? His Paul from Splatteria seemed like he was too.
Oh, dude, I have an audio that my buddy Matt Romero has when Napalm Death came here on the Grind Crusher tour. I think it was Paul and Ruben, and they were all like just harassing Napalm Death on stage or whatever. And Barney and like Mick finally just had it. They're like, all you hear is Mick Harris get on the mic, because remember Mick Harris used to get on the mic a lot.
Right.
He said, all he said was Splatteria, a complete pile of shit.
He just called me, dude. I just talked to him like a couple hours ago. Beach Sal.
Who's Sal?
Who's that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sick.
Yeah, thanks, me hope. Thanks for talking to me, man. What's up? I just want to see what you're doing. It was cool. We're just catching up, man. Fucking Sal.
Cool.
Wow.
Awesome.
I like that guy.
Fucking Splatteria.
Yeah.
The nuts squab
Nuts
shit was
Scab?
the first shit I heard, 13 or 14 years old.
Yeah,
Damn
Nutscab. That's that band I was on the flyer. They have
Right.
one release, dude, and it is fucking amazing, and nobody's heard it because it never got released. I think
Yeah.
it deserves a release, man. They
Isn't
put
that
it on
bugged out?
TV and
There's
Huh?
so many isn't that bugged out that these bands just go like completely under the rug, and like you might have been to a show with them and saw them and been like, wow, this fucking band is amazing.
and that's it. That's where
The
it'll
next
end.
thing you
You'll
know, you never see them again,
Yeah, and if you're lucky, you'll find a fucking demo, which is homemade,
Right.
with a fucking Xerox cover and the CDR CD by the band. And like,
I remember for a year, it took like almost a year for me, and I went to a show in Buffalo with Mortician and Incantation, and they played with this band called Immortal Fate. Actually,
Yeah.
no, I'm sorry, Immortal Hate.
Oh, I don't know them.
Yeah, and Rochevore played this gig also. So this band, Immortal, maybe they were called Immortal Fate, Immortal Hate, or Immortal Fate. I can't remember. Immortal Terror. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Immortal
yeah.
Terror. So
I
there's
was
a
way
band, they
off.
play the show. They're called Immortal Terror. They open up the show. Everybody and all the other bands, Incantation, Rochevore, everybody's like, yo, this band is fucking sick, dude. Like, and it was like, damn, they were fucking good, bro. That was sick, you know? So, like, we're all talking about the band. We go home and everything. And then I'm like, I got the guy's address, like, written on a paper. And I literally shook him down for like a year trying to get the demo. I finally got it. It was like they just didn't, and then they seemed like they just had evaporated. But then
Damn.
one of the members did end up in that Anthropic. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so they fully, you know, like even though from all the way back then, we're talking about like 32 years ago,
Yep.
or 31 years ago, or some shit. From all the way back then, there's somebody that the guy from that band is like in a fucking band now. Still.
Current band, yeah.
Yeah, which is
Well,
killer.
wasn't that demo reissued?
I believe it was,
I
yes.
think it was, yeah.
Yeah, but more recently, obviously. you
Yeah,
know?
recently, like within the past couple of years.
Yeah,
I think Cam had something to do with that.
that's right. Because Cam was close to those guys or that
Yeah.
area's scene, you know?
Yeah,
And,
that's right.
yeah, they were, but they were completely under the rug for like forever, dude, you know? Just
Yeah.
the tape in the collection, you know what I mean? And they made one demo, I believe, and that was all their entire discography, you know?
Yep.
The one
I
cool
know
band that
about
would
it.
come down and play New Jersey from up there that Cam was also involved with was Grotesque Infection.
Yeah.
So they would come down and play shows and play with like Incantation or Human Remains or like I wanted to say Ripping Corpse, but I think it was like maybe Dimmock. I'm not maybe not that far actually. They were pretty early. So it must have been maybe Ripping Corpse or Human Remains or like Latshaw or I remember there was a one show where it was like really weird. It was like Monster Magnet and Incantation.
Wow.
Yeah, but they were
Did
good.
they live near each other? Is that how that happened?
It was both. Yeah, North Jersey you had Incantation, and then South Jersey where you had like Asbury Park and Bon Jovi and like Bruce Springsteen and shit.
The heavy shit, yeah.
Yeah, the real heavy shit. So, and actually, well, Lethal Aggression were from South Jersey. So I know you love them, Francisco.
That's my boys, yep.
So yeah, there was a scene down there which was like the whole like Ripping Corpse and like I know Revenant would go down there a lot to play. And
Yeah,
Human
Regurgitation,
Remains.
right?
Yeah,
All those bands.
it was like that's a little earlier era though.
But
yeah.
that same area though.
Yeah, no, Regurgitation was North Jersey, and then some of those other bands were all like mostly South Jersey, like Ripping Corpse and shit. But yeah, I mean, I would get flyers for Ripping Corpse shows when I was a little, like a young, you know, like 14 years old. Be like,
Yeah.
I want to go to this show. It's all the way down the shore. Bon Jovi's
Yeah.
not from Canada.
Monster-
Incantation was great. Plainfield crew. Yeah, part of it. Some was Nork. Monster Magnet. Yeah, it was the first. It was like before Monster Magnet's first album. So it was like pretty doomy, actually. It was a
Well, it's like that one band from
Dookie
Buffalo.
show.
What's that one band Buffalo that became like this huge like radio band? Goo
Cannibal
Goo
Corpse?
Dolls.
I'm just kidding.
Goo Goo Dolls.
Oh
Goo
yeah,
Goo
they
Dolls.
were like a punk band, and then they got all heavy.
Yeah,
Eric
they were
Weiss
from
talked
like
about that.
Buffalo area. I think.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna
dude.
say Cannibal Corpse too. I was like, oh, Baphomet.
Yeah, they
They're
were
on
on
the
a
radio
they were on a
now.
Metal Blade. They were on a Metal Blade compilation
Right. Huh.
Goo Goo Dolls.
with like Cannibal Corpse and whoever else was on the label at the time.
Oh, one of those weird fucking
like
where you stick,
1990, it was like a 1990 sampler kind of thing.
yeah, you stick like Exodus in with like the Goo Goo Dolls, you know.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was weird. It was
Speaking of
totally
like
weird.
speaking of misplacement, I just remembered Monster Magnet played here in the Rio Grande Valley like in 98, I want to say, somewhere around there, 98, 99. They had that song on the radio, which was like the worst song in the planet, right? One of the worst songs in the planet.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I guess. I mean, they
Yeah,
had horrible music
Fucking
afterwards. I
mierda.
know.
So they were playing here, and I already sound stupid because I'm about to talk major shit. Why was I there? Okay, my buddy's family owned the music store, one of the big music stores here in town, and they would, sell tickets. So
Right.
the family themselves were given tickets, and the family didn't give a shit about that stuff, right? So they gave it to the nephews and the whatever. And he's like, "Hey man, we were in high school together. Hey man, let's go to the show." I was like, "Fuck that shit! I don't want to see Pinche Monster Magnet no mames." And he's all like, "Dude, what else are you gonna do?" He did that to me 2 times. One time to see another band I'm so ashamed of. I'm not gonna tell you who it is, and I should be just as ashamed of this band. But you brought it up, so we're talking about it. So for free, right? So we show up, and the funny part was
The band.
after they, what's that?
The band.
Oh, Monster Magnet. They
That was
walk
no.
up-
I said it was. You said the funny part was, and I was like the band.
Oh, well, yeah, they're walking outside after they played, and they're walking. It's like, in the venue there was a grass area, and people would chill out there, and they go in and out, whatever. And they're walking out there, I guess, getting some air too, and everybody starts fucking heckling them. Monster, what did he say? Monster poser, monster, and they started throwing fucking beers at him, and dude, it was like straight up bullying. You had all these people. And what I didn't understand is how there were so many people at the show, and everybody hated Monster Magnet, dude. They were throwing shit at them, like crowds of people all across the front of the. That was really bad,
isn't it? Because I went to some shows, I want to say of Death, actually, where people were not really. They were angry at Death because they had not, they were like changing their style from like a leprosy to like a more.
Yeah.
I don't even know. You know what I mean? I don't even think they had passed leprosy, and people were already angry.
I trip out when people say that death metal died in 91. I'm like, dude, I am young as fuck then, dude. I can't believe you're telling me in 92, 91. Yeah, it was.
Well, no, yeah, I'm saying this was around then. It was like 91 or 92. Yeah. Like we were I was like literally at a Death show, and people were like, "Fuck you guys."
It's so weird, man. That's so weird.
It's weird when you think of it in the macro. Yeah. How many people love Death?
Yeah.
Then you're like, wow, holy fuck, people hated them at some point.
It's just around, early 90s. It started getting like flooded with so many bands, and then like major labels trying to like exploit like the underground and all that stuff.
Yeah, that fucked things up.
And it just kind of ruined it for like underground sake,
a little bit. Like Morbid Angel got signed to like Columbia or some shit too. I remember
Columbia, yeah.
And it was
like, Eric signed like a deal with like Columbia Records. It's just weird, man.
Oh,
it was weird.
I thought they got directly signed to Columbia. Like
maybe they did. Morbid Angel may have, because they were like.
And Eric shit the bed at some point, because like you remember with like years ago, obviously like all the records we grew up with were like all the classics, or Terrorize, or this and that. But like as time went on, like the fucking records they were putting out were stuff.
Oh yeah. They like, declined rapidly.
Techno and shit, like what the fuck? I mean, go to their site nowadays even and see what they put out, and you'll be like, what the fuck is this? I mean, maybe if you catch it the right day, you'll see Carcass picture discs, I could say, but there'll be another day where you see like fucking some kind of weird country shit you never even heard of. You're like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like, what they make, like, can they make money off this? It's weird,
Yeah.
Master, Lividity, and Deaden played a bar in Peoria, and a bunch of bikers showed up, and they were not impressed at all. Tampa will always be a death metal safe like Sweden. Interesting takeaway. Here in Tampa, there's still an immense amount of love for Death and the legacy.
Oh yeah, I
mean,
there's love for Death.
That they died out or whatever, but
it's not like I don't have love for Death either. It's just I'm just relaying what I saw happening and how the vibe of the room at a time. So like you know how everyone tries to rewrite history? Fuck that. Like, this is what was really happening. You went to a Death show. Half the fucking crowd was vile as fuck. And they were, like, fucking yelling out, like, play Corpse Grinder and shit, They didn't give a fuck about fucking leprosy, So that's, I mean, just keeping it real. That's how it was at that particular moment. Maybe it was just me and my friends.
Yeah, it's weird for somebody... it's weird for somebody to I guess maybe understand that or grasp that if
Yeah.
you weren't there. You know what I mean? Which
Or
I
if
understand.
you only got into death after like you heard them either early or was growing up or after Chuck
Yeah,
died or
exactly,
whatever,
exactly.
or you were a progressive death
Dude,
fan. So
the
like you might
first shit
be like,
I ever
really?
heard, the first shit I ever heard was fucking the philosopher and that album.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah,
that was me like, oh, this is a band called Death. Check them out. Do 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 do. You know, and I was
Right.
like, wow, Death is progressive. And then it wasn't until like a little bit later, a few years later, that I heard like daga 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 daga. And I was like,
Right.
that's the same band. No
Right.
wonder fucking people were tripping out. Like
They were.
I was
They were tripping out on leprosy, which makes no sense. But maybe,
well,
maybe it was like right as soon as like like it was around that. Maybe they were playing a song that was a non-leprosy one, and it wasn't
it,
good. I don't remember.
it's weird. It's weird how because I remember leprosy was like it actually was pretty big
It
because
was.
there was people that had
Well,
no
that was
idea.
88, 89 too when they
Yeah,
toured it around and played
there
it.
was people that I remember that had nothing to do with any kind of metal or underground metal, but guess what song they knew?
Pull the plug.
pull the
Pull
plug,
the plug,
pull the
dude.
plug.
It was weird, man. It's like now that I think about it, well, this dude was like heavily into like radio hip hop stuff, and they knew pull the plug. It's like it was a trip, man.
Yeah, it's cool though. I mean, yeah, you look at them
It,
now too, though. You're like, yeah, you still like that song? They're like, yeah.
yeah, no, they don't.
They're like,
But,
yeah.
They don't.
no, they don't. No, there's a lot of people that came and went. You know,
AKA they stopped posing.
Yeah. I mean,
time reveals all posers.
if you if you listen to weak ass shit back then, you probably were predestined to listen to weak ass shit for the rest of your life.
Well, hey, I started on Poison's like first two albums. I had some White Snake. You know, it's all my first cassette collection. You know, and fucking the
I
Doors
wouldn't
and all that
consider
shit.
that to be the weak ass shit, even though it is weak ass shit. It's like
No,
Motley Crue was weak too, but it was like kind of like evil. It had like a satanic thing going on, so you're like, like
They got a lot of chicks.
We'll give it all the satanic pass, But then by the time they were doing like girls, or theater and pain, I was like, I don't know about that.
well, I mean, when that
all
came
the
out,
girls
yeah.
like it though, they all like theater and pain, so maybe I should get the shirt, But it's
Yeah.
like, nah,
Hey.
not taking it.
But it's
that
got a
direction.
pentagram on it, dude.
Yeah,
Well, I think they dropped the pentagrams, didn't they? After
yeah, they dropped
Whatever.
them pretty early.
Fucking lame.
I'm killing you guys. I'm just telling how things were.
it's true. It's true. I mean,
Cool.
I agree.
Yeah,
It's just
Priest
like
and Sab. And JD also,
I mean, like what?
I have to talk to your point. You said like, oh, I went to these weak ass shows, like because my friend or whatever got. My father worked at the stupid like arena, so like I was able to get in for free to see like
Yeah.
all kinds of shit fucking cock rocker bands.
But
Sometimes I would go because I was like, what else do I have to do, man?
exactly. What else are you gonna do that night? You know?
It's
I
funny.
could walk around wherever I wanted to. I was like, yo, my father is this whatever. They're like, oh, okay, go ahead, go in the front. I'm like, sick.
And for a reminder, super obvious, there was no fucking YouTube, no internet. You couldn't
Right.
like right now, we're doing something. We're staying stimulated, we're talking, we're blah blah blah, right? But if there was not even this, you were fucking hopefully you were a nerd and you were practicing something, or I don't know,
Talking
man.
on a
It's like, dude,
telephone.
let's get the fuck out of the house,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah, you would talk on the telephone to your to your friends with a corded telephone, and you'd be like waiting for your parents to get off. Like, get off the phone, please. My friend's gonna call.
It's okay, call waiting,
Dude,
man.
I remember since he mentioned White Snake. I was in 7th grade. One of my teachers was one of the like rare young teachers, and she had posters on the walls in the classroom. Most teachers had like all these school related things or whatever. But my teacher, dude, she had like posters of like Kiss and like White Snake and shit like that. I was like, damn, I got a pretty, somewhat pretty cool teacher, even though that, White Snake was just that. It was
I got this record out because I was listening to it today, twice 3 times since
It
yesterday.
was that. It was that big. That one that had all the hits. What is
Billy
that?
Squire.
Oh, Billy Squire.
That's
Now,
some
I was
weak
supposed
ass
to go
shit, bro.
see the Billy Squire concert when I was a young lad, and my parents, they didn't take me, and I was like pissed. You know, like, damn, I was supposed to see Billy Squire.
What's your first concert you ever went to? Obviously, it probably wasn't a metal band.
I
But
want to
what
say
your,
it was Metallica Ozzy, like was
your
the
first
first like
concert?
real. Yeah.
No. I mean, like you're too young. Like took you to a concert, or was that really your first concert?
Well, that was my first one on my own. Trying to think before that though. I don't know. There must have been some weed smoke that fucking shot my memory away. You know.
Yeah.
Probably Grateful Dead.
Really? Yeah. My first concert, of course, you taken to, right? Was a jazz festival in Corpus, and then then it was in Harlingen, Texas. This guy, his name was Gerardo. Remember that shit?
Oh yeah,
The Rico Suave dude.
Rico Suave.
Yeah,
Rico
that was
Suave?
like my first fest outdoor show thing.
Rico Suave.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Jim Fleet.
I think like the first things I ever was taken to was like Spanish music, like bands like northern Mexico. It's called norteño music, but here in Texas or whatever. And that was some of the first like things that my parents like would take me to or whatever, because they wouldn't leave me home or whatever. But
and because this son of a gun here is like somewhat related to a badass in that genre. A total badass, like
yeah,
like
there's
Paul McCartney.
Tito Puente Jr.
No, not that big, but yeah, no. In the region, he was like one of the originators of a certain style of music called Tejano music, which is like Spanish, like northern Mexico music, kind of mixed with just like a Texas kind of vibe or whatever,
Yeah.
But
now we know where you get your background from.
Yeah, and,
right, got those Chicano fucking beats in the Cemeterian. You're like,
yeah,
the horn section in.
But I remember like here in my small town, we had like there was always like high school bands, right?
Right.
And there was a band called Guillotine. And this was like when I was like in middle school, and they would play like Metallica covers and shit like that. So that was my first exposure to like, I guess you could say underground DIY stuff or whatever. Like
mine
here,
was
this
Slaughterhouse. They were from Kearney, New Jersey. They had like a demo in like '86. It was fucking a good thrash demo. So I was like, I remember going to a Slaughterhouse show, and I did not know Venner, and I did not know some of the other metalheads I later hung out with for like the rest of my life. But they were like at the Slaughterhouse show, like moshing, and I was like, I want to mosh.
Yeah,
I went there by myself.
Yeah, it's cool.
Before I got to go to a death metal show, there was a lot of punk shows here, and there was like this warehouse out in the mile lines and fucking farm areas, and they would have all these punk bands. There was bands like a band called We Suck, that was fucking rad. The name alone, I was like, I want to see that. Like, who?
Yeah, that's good name.
The drummer hit his head with the stick a couple times. He fucked himself up, man. He got a lip got big, and he had
were you paying attention to the drummer because you were like a drummer at your like I
was in band and all that shit. So I'm there, and he's there like, and I was like watching him like, oh cool, and then he kept hitting himself in the face, and I think it was appropriate for the band name.
Interesting.
But that's before all the metal. You're too young. You're too young to go. You're fucking like 13.
You're not even allowed to get in.
Yeah, these is kids throwing shows for kids. You're not able to get in the adult shit yet.
There was another show I went to like that. It was called Dog Tired or something. It was like down someone's basement. Like I was like a little kid,
Yeah, we would. The only thing I would see like bands like back then there was like the whole storage unit practice space was like a big thing. Like every band practiced in a storage unit. So we'd find we'd walk to wherever
Yeah.
And also there'd be like parties, like some girl like in at the school would like have a birthday party and like, hey, let's get a band or whatever, and it'd be like that Guillotine band that would play or whatever.
Yeah, those are cool though. Those are cool memories.
It was cool. You know,
What about
just
in the
like,
chat? I mean, join in here, Fraser, Ian, etc. Like, what is the the weakest underground start you had? Anybody want to throw it out there? Come on, don't be a poser. You could say it on here. It's not a big deal, I'll post it on the
Yeah.
screen so we could all laugh at you.
sneaking. Now that's cool.
It's
Sneaking
Sunday
into
matinees
CBD.
like CBGBs. All right,
Yeah.
no doubt.
So
Sick.
so let me
I
ask
also
you.
would go to CBGBs when I was like 14, and
So
yeah.
so let me ask ye old bassist. I mean, never been in CBGBs. Obviously, I know about it, and it's supposed to be like a rough area. So if you got caught, what would they rough you up, or would they say, hey, get the fuck out of here, kid, or did you ever get caught?
Yeah, good question.
I imagine he just got like blended in with all the fucking noise.
I mean, it was like it was like the Warriors to get there. Now you have to remember. So like,
yeah.
that's kind of
Joe Pupo will tell you that.
yeah. This is Jim H, by the way, Deteriorate bassist. Okay,
Oh, cool.
okay. He was down with DMS, so he knew like who the whatever. I got.
So what is DMS?
So what is that? I always see like Vinny Stigma wearing like DMS and all that.
Yeah,
what does that
it's
mean?
like kind of like a underground like hardcore gang or kind of.
Oh, okay.
All right, here's a good one. Bang Tango.
Whoa.
Why do I know that?
They were like a commercial ass thing.
Yeah.
I used to listen to Culture Club, Michael Jackson, Duran Duran, and Frankie Goes to Hollywood. You want to take a screenshot of this, Francisco?
And then
my dad took me to see Mudvayne, and I've seen him 3 times when I was 12. Black Label Society, Lamb of God. All right.
How old's your dad, dude? Is your dad my age or something? What the fuck?
He's come with the truth. We want the truth in the chat. DMS is a crew. Yeah, I know who DMS.
Of course it is.
I know members of DMS too. Also, DMS tried to muscle me actually when I put out Wake in the Cadaver. Some DMS members.
Weird Al. Wait, what did it say about Weird Al Yankovic? Weird Al rules.
My sister loved Weird Al Yankovic. My mom made her take it. That sucked.
Oh wow, I love Weird Al.
I would love that shit.
93. Dad took me. I was about 6.
Wow, that's not bad.
That's cool. I was about 18 then, and I went for 20.
That might not be extreme, but it sure ain't weak.
First underground band was Dreaded Infection. They practiced a couple blocks from my house in the high school. One demo they split and spawned Sloth and Lividity.
Oh wow,
cool, man! Awesome. I used to listen to ABBA Dancing Queen.
You still do.
You had to take your sister. I know. It's like you had to go like with your family members. I had to bring a fake my friend's birth certificate to go to Streets.
I mean, it could have been much worse. You could have taken her to like fucking Debbie Gibson or something.
Yeah.
What was that? The girl who'd sing in the malls all the time.
Yeah, Debbie Gibson.
That's her. Or
no,
Tiffany.
Another one.
Tiffany.
I think we're alone now. Woo.
You check her out, then go.
Check her out. Buy
fucking
some toys.
Buy some
Not for
cookies.
her. Yeah. Get some like go to the food court.
Go to the food court.
Yeah, dude, that's the best place.
It's like I'll meet you in the food court, sis. I'm going to see Tiffany. Or vice versa.
Yeah,
she's like, sit over here. I'm busy.
Yeah, right, do y'all remember that movie Billie Jean? There's that mall scene. Yeah. Like there's like the chase in the mall scene. That fucking mall scene takes me back, dude.
He was born in
every mall looked like that.
All right, we're going back to that. And he likes some heavy metal poser shit, Limp Bizkit. He likes Obituary, but he thinks of them as homeboy metal. I went to see Fat Boys when I was 8 in 87. Hell yeah.
That's the shit, dude.
Damn, dude. I think you just got the pinned comment of the night. My first show was Agony Column in 85.
Damn, Agony Column was around in 85? Shit.
No,
I remember I had their 2 albums.
Daedra said that her and Al, the hair metal shows before death metal, there was a lot of those. We would have to suffer through those in fucking Jersey. There were so many like hair metal fucking shows. And then you were dying for like that Revenant show, basically, You're like, oh cool, it's a real band. Finally.
I saw. That reminds me that Jazz Fest. I remember one of the headliners was Los Lobos. Remember them?
Hell
They were
Yeah,
yeah,
I
playing
remember that.
They were
man,
playing the
rule.
fucking movie. What was that? La Bamba. That was like the thing, you know. So they were touring that shit. It was the
Hmm,
La Bamba tour, dude.
interesting.
Yeah.
All right. What's up, bro?
Ralphie, what's up, Ralphie
Everyone
boy?
loves the Fat Boys. I
Damn
would
right
love
they
to
do.
go see the
Brussels
Fat Boys
sprouts.
when I
Love
was
it.
7.
Remember the movie? Remember the movie they did?
Yeah,
First
what's
couple
Brussels
shows I went
sprouts?
to when I was a kid
Hold
were
on,
pop
die.
punk shit. Wireless. It was Hayden Stage. Da da da. Rocking it out with Dokken. Ooh.
In
I got
my
Yeah.
dream.
I got a couple of Dokken records.
I have that on
you.
CD.
I'm sure you
Frasier.
guys do. You guys got signed Dokken records with Fraser.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I mean, first real. I don't remember. Like, I didn't have a father, so like, and then my stepfather was into like progressive stuff, like Dire
Cool.
Straits. So like, there wasn't too many like Dire Straits shows, and if there was, I wasn't able to
They
go.
had the
to
coolest music video, bro. They had the
Yeah.
fucking computer shit.
Yeah, he was showing me that
Disorderlies.
shit before.
That's right. That's
Like,
right.
Disorderlies. Hell yeah, the
That's
movie.
right. Yep.
You know, the first concert I was really supposed to go to see, AC/DC, the movie, but it didn't play by me. But they showed commercials for it.
Oh
Pissed me
yeah,
off.
the Let There Be Rock.
Yep.
Let There Be Rock one. Or
Yeah, like I thought I was going to a concert, but it was just a fucking movie.
All right, so I mean, plenty of time has passed, and I think I've probably mentioned this before, but you know, sometimes you would like take shit from a store before. Sometimes, you know, when you were younger,
Hey,
I
brother.
remember that AC/DC VHS, the Let There Be Rock.
Uh-huh.
Put it in a bag, dude. I was like, I gotta have this shit, dude. I loved AC/DC, dude. I remember
Statue of limitations. Not
yeah,
run
no,
out.
it's past. But dude, I remember there was like I thought Bon Scott was like the coolest because there was like they showed like they showed the live footage, but then they show footage of them like backstage or doing other stuff.
Right.
He was like fucking he's like
Oh,
he was
Carl.
like in some kind of sports car or something like that, like just fucking making donuts out in the dirt and the mud and shit like that. It was so
Oh, so
cool.
it goes to you, Carl. What was the weakest and like most like first earliest kind of weakest thing you ever saw?
Saw or
Music-wise?
like music
Like your parents
like-
took
like
you to
your
the show. You were
parents
too
took you there.
young. You didn't choose.
Yeah.
oh shit. Probably
I
like
think I was 8.
those Disney on Ice type things and all that. And, you know, I remember going to but I kind of liked it. There was like a fucking SeaWorld, fucking superheroes, fucking, you know, but doing like skits, but like Batman and Robin and all that. And
So they had that at
But
Sea SeaWorld.
yeah, it was like 50s music or something, you know. It was like totally ridiculous, but
Cool.
as a kid, like, oh, this is cool. But now
I
it's
have
like,
more of a memory of a movie than I have like a show. It was I went to go see. My father snuck me in the van, and we went to go see Up in Smoke, and it was like at the drive-in theater or whatever.
but that's cool. Yeah, that's not lame,
Drive-ins,
man.
dude. I
Yeah.
miss drive-in theaters.
Hell yeah.
We drive-ins were so huge. We even had one here in my small town. When
He's
I was
like,
Yeah.
here, take my empty beer cans and like throw them in that thing back there. I was like, no problem.
Yeah, dude, my dad used to take us in the truck. You know, you
Yeah.
could sit in the bed of the truck and pile on and back it
Yep, park
into the movie.
backwards.
Yeah.
Yes.
And my dad would have his beers and he'd take me like, Dad, can I see Godzilla's? And he'd be like, fuck yeah, we see all those Godzilla movies. And
Oh shit!
And you get that
But-
little
but-
speaker that you hook up.
yeah,
to
you
the
just
car.
hang it on the fucking throw it in the bed or whatever. My dad didn't care because that meant he could just drink all night.
Right.
You know, get away
You
from
know,
his mom and
still
all
have-
that.
You know, they still have drive-ins in some places.
Damn.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah,
one.
but-
They have one in right outside of Dallas, a town
That's
called
crazy. One of you dudes is from the SJV,
RGV.
RGV.
They have
First time
somebody
catching a
from-
podcast. Badass.
Oh, Rio Grande Valley. Yeah.
I'm
Subscribe-
from Brownsville and went to the Megadeth concert at La Villa.
Villa
La
Real.
Villarreal, that's the one. So you were there,
One.
dude. They were like, "Boo," and they were saying a lot more fucked up shit. They were saying monster it. Sounds like magic. You know,
Oh,
bullshit,
now
throwing
I-
shit. The guy was like, hey, like he
All
fucking
right, you
took
put some
off.
shine on it, so it makes them a little more sense.
Yeah, tell Chavez Roy to subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, so I need 30 more subscribers to hit 1,000.
Yeah,
Does
but try to.
anybody remember that terrible song, Pop the Bottle, Twist the Cap? I do.
I don't.
One of my siblings took a show and a fajita cook came out. That shit was weak.
Eddie Murphy
Oh,
party
that's
all the
good.
time. Hell yeah.
That was damn, that was a hip hop thing though. I remember that. That's funny.
With fucking Rick James, bro.
Eddie Murphy,
girl
party all the
wants
time.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
my girl
sure.
wants to party.
Yeah, but do
First
y'all
concert
remember?
I
But
saw
do y'all
with my
remember,
Uncle Kenny Wayne
Oh.
Shepherd, a blues
Fucking
guy.
death metal podcast, and we're
Considered-
talking about unmetal shit, dude.
Well, I
It's
mean,
hilarious.
I asked for it, you know.
Yeah.
It's good though, man. That's funny, dude. Everybody has these fucking memories.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Chavez Roy, while you're
Thanks, man. Appreciate
yeah. So while you're subscribe to Carl's channel, JD's channel.
Yep. Those are all
My
of my
chat.
favorites. If anybody wants to subscribe to Carl's channel, JD's channel, or Francisco.
Now, Ralph might remember this, or you guys might remember this. Speaking of Eddie Murphy, you know how he was always kind of linked with Arsenio Hall.
Right.
Do y'all remember Arsenio
Yeah.
Hall's album?
Oh wow!
What was it?
Hey.
What was
You
his
don't
rap?
know about the vinyl, bro?
He had a rap character.
I remember that.
Do y'all remember? Y'all remember the
Not
name?
really.
I bet if Ralph is still here, he'll remember.
I
I still
remember
have my-
Bruce Willis had a band. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Fucking Bruce Willis.
I got
Fucking
my
horrible.
Rappin' Rodney album still somewhere.
Dude,
When
really?
Rodney Dangerfield did
Oh,
Rappin'
I got
Rodney.
that.
Whoa.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Fucking
That's
hilarious.
not a
No
bad
respect. No respect. Dum, dum, dum.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's
I
awesome.
tell you, I get no respect. Classic.
Three
Yeah, dude.
sisters and had no dad, so all kinds of lame shit talking in my sister's band with torture. Fuck. Maybe you guys were talking about Crucifixion from Houston. That was
Yeah.
my first concert about 91 maybe. Played Brownsville with Homicide, Gardy Lou, and the original Pantheon.
Wow.
Cool.
Yep.
Oh, Pantheon. Yeah, the original
That's
Pantheon
from
was
your
more of a
show?
death metal band.
I saw
Pantheon
them in
became a black metal band.
I saw them Pantheon in around that time in Houston.
It's weird. I was supposed to go to Brownsville with Incantation, but like the promoter, like they didn't. I guess they didn't really. I don't know. Maybe they didn't confirm the show enough, so we were like scared to drive there from Houston. They're like, I don't know if this show's gonna go down. You know.
What
So,
year? What year?
91.
It could have been if it. Oh, okay. Because in somewhere between like I can't remember 89, 91, there was a lot of bullshit going on because of the Kilroy incident in right there in Brownsville. Like,
Well, that's why we were
Sprint.
like scared to go. It was AC, Phlegm, and Incantation. I mean, I wasn't scared to go there. I don't know.
I wouldn't have, considering that was a satanic cult, and that's a
Right.
very like evil band. If anything, they would have been like buying tickets and
Right.
killing all the
Oh,
people
shit.
at the Monster Magnet show instead of at
Palo Mayamba. Doing some Macumba.
No, dude, they did up straight up satanic beheadings and
Yeah, I know
parties and-
Adolfo Constanza and his friggin' Nagunga or whatever, the fucking turtle shells and the brains and shit in it, right?
Yeah,
Fuck that kid's
cauldrons
brains
with
in it.
fucking hearts and shit like that. Brutal.
You remember Jim Stanek? He always hung around with the Incantation? Yes, I do. He's been on here, actually.
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
We had his wife yelling at him in the background. It was
Shout
awesome.
out Jim Stanek, one of the coolest dudes ever.
Hell yeah. He put out a lot of killer underground releases, and he still does. I mean, he still puts out kind of like these really
Totally
obscure, like
super
Hatred,
limited.
New Jersey or something. Completely crazy. Anal Cunt and
Did you just
Incantation.
say-
Did I hit that right? Yeah, there was a tour. I went on a tour. It was like AC, Incan, and Phlegm. And then we went to Texas for a few shows and San Antonio.
Saw that one. That was good.
Yeah, and we stayed at Paul Ramirez from Splatteria's house. Then we stayed with his friend Leo and a couple other cats down there. Because at some point we like completely consumed like every bit of like electric and water at Paul's family's house or whatever. I mean, there was like 15 of us staying there, some crazy shit. So it was like really weird.
Hey, Jesus drinks jet fuel. If you want to hear pretty much every story about that tour, check out the episode I did with Flim, right?
Yeah.
That's the one where we like broke down that tour
Yeah,
completely.
that was that was like
that was the first really
that
long
was the first
episode.
long episode where you
Is that the one with the audio clips too in the van and all that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I recorded that with my little friggin' thing.
Yeah,
everywhere we went on that tour, I brought that little hand recorder, and like even outside of Florida, when we were in Florida, there was a bunch of like Hare Krishnas, and I was like making like a demo off them and shit. I was like, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, even Andy even showed that that girl's like tour diary thing that she
it was like a tour. Yeah, it was like a tour diary, and it had like all these little entries. Oh, you have that?
This is a Jim Stanek. Yeah, this is a Jim Stanek release.
There you go.
Damn, you have the hatred.
What year was that though?
This was he put this out. I can't remember.
What year does it say on the top?
Oh, the demo's from '86.
86. Okay.
This is one of the sickest. I actually gave him this artwork for the cover.
Yeah.
So, hey, that's a good question.
I interviewed them in Morbid Death Zine.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Sick. All right, we're rounding it back to death metal away.
Death metal. Yeah, that's why. Let me bring it back to death metal.
Let's bring it back to it one step though. Ken's death metal crypt. It was Joan Jett and the Black Hearts.
That's not
but
bad.
I mean, I thought that was sick too.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty awesome, actually. Joan Jett.
It's not fucking. It's not Gerardo.
I wanted to see, like I said,
Gerardo.
Rico Suave, dude. It was fucking. There was a lot of people there.
Not Joan Jett, but just the Jets or something. You know? Whoa.
Diddy and the Jets.
All right, I gotta drop a clip music here.
Yeah, do that.
So let's see what we got in the chamber here. What haven't I played is the good question. Gotta step back one level. Talk amongst yourself, as this guy would say.
Play some Putrefact.
It's on one of the other podcast things here.
Oh, okay.
I got a question for you fuckers, but I'm gonna wait till after the video.
All right, hold on a sec. No, bring it on because I gotta find this.
Okay, so like on that logo, Francisco, you're showing it had the New Jersey death metal or hardcore. Or what did it say? NJ.
Oh no, it says it was New Jersey Deathcore.
Deathcore.
It wasn't like what it's known now.
No.
Yeah. Deathcore was something totally different back then.
It was like hardcore, but heavy, like evil, heavy, hard, like core. Basically.
So my question is, when did that start? Like the logo with the, like there's a TXDM, there's New York death metal, and then it got
like 85. Crazy, I mean, to me, it felt like around 85. I thought.
I think that all comes from New York hardcore.
New York hardcore started that,
and that was like 80, like early 80s, like 81, 82.
I wonder who's the first one that threw that up. You know what
I mean? Yeah. It's got that format.
Yeah.
Well, it's that guy. He, the guy that I forgot. I've seen an interview with that guy. He did it like on flyers, I think.
Okay.
At first, and it just blew up.
Rat Bones, that guy?
No.
Okay.
There's some other guy.
He was like a thing, like
yeah. Well, he was from Jersey. Actually, he was friends with like the Lethal Aggression guys and all that.
Oh shit! Here we go. I got thrown out of Joan Jett for playing air drums with the opening band, the Wigs.
What?
Wait,
were you playing on people's heads or something?
Yeah. Fucking Richard, man. Richard, you rule, dude. I haven't hung out with Richard in years.
Oh yeah, you got along. Yeah, people used to get mad if you like death and hardcore. It was like that when I was younger. Fuck, like they were like, you can't like both things. You can't like hardcore,
I mean,
we still have some of that in the San Antonio scene, even when
I had friends that I would hear like punk stuff from that I didn't know anything about, which I'm glad I did.
The Clute punk scene or what?
Well, dude, we were close enough to Houston, you know what I mean? We're an hour from Houston, but
yeah,
there was always older dudes that I would see that I remember as a real young kid. I was, getting into thrash and all that. There was this skater guy that would he would always talk about like Black Flag, COC, shit like that. You know what I mean? Like early on, I'm like, whoa, what is this shit?
Right.
So
Is Fraser's burner account in the chat?
No, I saw that too.
It's literally a link to his Facebook page, and it's him fucking shirtless and shoeless.
I just completely ignored
It
that
is
thing.
CPAC.
There was one time I completely ignore those spam things that come through, but there was one time I like clicked it by mistake and it said like the most heinous message I could ever
Oh, no.
imagine.
Ah,
And I was
fuck.
like, oh my god, I can't believe that just showed on the screen, dude.
Speaking of heinous, I saw that clip. I missed the show, Francisco, your show yesterday. Like,
Yeah.
I always watch it. I'm gonna watch it on the replay. But I did see that clip of this dude fucking. What the hell was happening, dude?
greatest moment ever, dude. Unreal.
What was he choking on something, or what the fuck was
I
going
don't-
on, dude?
He was showing his real Vader breath.
He did
He was,
this
au-
shit.
he was auditioning for a band or something. I don't know.
Is
yeah, dude,
Spring Valley crew still a thing? See, you guys, I told you guys about this before. Not really now. They kind of like spread out. Some guys are in California. You know, Jeff Wolf still in New York. A couple guys.
You guys did have your own fucking like.
Yeah, well,
warriors.
that was like the New York version of like the drug addicts and metal of death heads, you know. But they've kind of like spread out. I mean, Matt Harshner might be there if he's not in jail, and some other people. I got that full interview with Matt Harshner. I should show it on here, where he talks about all the early like mortician rehearsals and shit.
Yeah, dude.
Because I knew nobody would interview, like no one even knows him, you know what I mean? So like they barely acknowledge it. He was in the fucking band. Had a song recorded from a college radio from the 80s, Blood Chunks Gore, band name. Trying to figure it out 35 years later. It was Hatred.
Oh yeah, that song's called it's Bloody Guts. Bloody Guts. Bloody Guts. That's exactly what you're talking about.
35 years later, you figured it out. Then it's awesome. Frasier, the Iron Lung.
Oh, that popcorn lung.
He needed this fucking thing.
Death grass.
He had it on at the beginning of the show.
He's like, hold on, I gotta take this off and do a podcast. I'm famous around here. He goes out like a fucking chamber. He's like, I'm famous around here. The English,
like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. He's like Mr. Rogers.
He like
instead
rises.
of the shoes, he takes his shirt off and then he puts on the app machine and shit.
Oh, God.
Be my neighbor.
Hey, speaking of true total death metal, did you guys hear what Paul from Embalmer did to come on the stage recently? They had him like in a I think it was a body bag. So he was like inside the body bag and they carried him on stage and he like fucking comes out of the body bag on stage. I was like, hell yeah, that's badass.
Pretty metal. Yeah,
that's badass. Yeah, yeah.
You reminded me of something, dude. On one of those free. Okay, I'll admit one of those horrible bands. I didn't want to tell you who it was Disturbed, and they brought Disturbed out like that in one of those straight jackets with he had a mask on, and they had him on like a beer dolly or something. You know, like they kind of like wheeled him out. You know, and boo boo. Threw a beer at him, and
it's like weird. Like, why were the crowd there? But if Megadeth played, maybe.
Oh, that's probably what it was, dude. Because I think you had a bunch of thrashers, dude, and then there was other wimpy ass bands there too. But whatever. I just
that makes
they
sense.
threw a
That
beer
makes
at the
sense.
guy from Disturbed when they wheeled him out, and he had a mask on, and it could shroud his face. He was like, oh, he couldn't breathe. He was all soaking wet.
Yeah. Interesting. See, I knew I was gonna ask you back then, like what band was that, but I was like, I know it's Motley Crue.
I wouldn't be
Disturbed.
I wouldn't be ashamed.
Well, I'm not ashamed to say that I went to see weak ass fucking hair bands like American Angel.
Ooh.
Or Trickster.
Oh.
Yeah, real bad.
Trickster.
Yeah.
All right, this is falling way off.
Yeah, this is going way off.
Play something heavy. Play something heavy, quick.
Way off track, kid. We're at this Trickster show.
Someone's logging in right now.
You gotta,
yeah.
You gotta.
Did y'all see the Nitro guitarist? He had like a two fucking.
I mean, I have to say though, at a Trickster show, like outside, there's a lot of girls there. So
well, yeah, of
like
course.
A young lad, you know.
Back then,
you just couldn't tell. You just couldn't tell who was those dudes look like chicks.
I mean, I think that was before that whole. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah. They did. Some of those weirdos were in that, like, they felt like they were in your scene, but like they weren't. You know what I mean? Because like you would see these same posers in your scene at the same metal club that you went to, and you would constantly see them because they would go there either for the bar or whatever. And you're like, well, this guy ain't really in our fucking zone. You know what I mean? He's got fucking 6-foot hair. You know, he's surrounded by 3 girls on every fucking arm. You know what I mean? He's got a pink suit on with sequins pants and shit. You know. So
he did come off as a Mortician fan.
Yeah. It's like, I don't think he's here for the incantation show. He's here for
I don't think he has the immolation demo.
Yeah, he came on the wrong night, and he's like, "What's going on here? You know, this is an opposer show tonight. You know." All right, I got something old to play.
Hell yeah!
So check this out.
Oh my god! Look at Fraser's comment.
I'm scared too.
I bet that was a great sight.
Oh my god! Any photos, brother? We'll upload them on here. We will upload those on here if you'd like. Let's see here. Let's go down into the chamber here because you guys are taking me into a fucking. There's too much talk about like parachute pants and like
Gerardo, Rico Suave, baby.
It's almost hot though. I mean, you gotta admit.
I'm over here grabbing my mouse like I'm running the show here.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna
find the video.
I gotta play something quick, you know.
He's having a panic attack.
Like, yeah. No, it's cool.
It happens to me when I'm on one of you guys' things.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm doing a show. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, no, it's hard to sometimes it's hard to kind of separate it.
Here's a good one. Wow, I find a better video. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You guys had SVDC on the back of your jackets, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but originally, some of the members kind of like coincided with both, right?
Correct. Yeah. Randall and those guys. Yeah, they still do the NYDM thing, which, is global now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like at the origin of it, you were pretty much one of the origin guys, right? In a weird
Sure.
way. But it
Sure.
wasn't a complete like an organized thing back then. It was more just like this is our
It's just
crew.
a bunch of friends. It was just a bunch of crew, and a bunch of people that were into metal, and like
Yeah.
death metal.
Who were the earliest guys that you think of when I say like the earliest SVDC and NYDM guys? Like who was hanging out in the crew?
Oh, myself, Matt Sitcher, Adam Baum, Billy Simmons, Mike Simmons, Stephanie Fetcho, Eric Wachter, a bunch of us, Mark Lamphere, Kevin Fairley. It was a lot of us back then.
Yeah. Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff Reamer, Randall, Mike DeJesus. There was a lot of us. Jeff Wolf, yes. Yes, yeah. Jeff Wolf. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. That goes back, man. I mean, when I think of earliest, obviously that NYDM thing went, like you said, global. But when I always thought of NYDM, the first thing I thought of was like you guys, basically. You know what I mean?
Cool. Yeah.
Because you guys were like the literal origin to me of that. You know what I mean?
Very cool. Yeah, sure.
And then there was this, which I got a photo from Jeff Wolf. And there's this.
Nice.
Which you could tell me about this, maybe?
Blow it up. Let me see. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know. That had to be Matt's.
That's Matt's That's Matt's vest.
Matt Stitcher's vest.
Right. And he's got a whole graveyard scene on the back there.
Yeah, Andy Gardner came up with the logo.
Okay. Wasn't there some kind of rumbling that Andy Gardner was like a mental patient or something when he drew this logo?
Yeah, he went through a lot of shit. Yeah, he went through a lot of crazy shit. Yeah.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah. I heard since then he's straightened this thing out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I heard that too, which is good.
All right, look at that fat motherfucker.
Oh, come on. Healthy motherfucker.
No, I'm saying me. Like,
yeah, sometimes you look good, dude.
And look at fat as shit. I think I lost weight since I looked at some of those interviews I had taken. They were only a year old, and I'm like, damn, man, I lost a lot of fucking weight, yo.
I gained the weight you lost.
Okay. All right, he'll be back. Cool. Yeah. I dug that interview up since we were talking about like the whole Spring Valley thing. So like that guy just broke it down, right?
Yeah, that's fucking super informative because everybody, everybody's got a story. Everybody's got their ex. Everybody's got their even Houston hardcore, Gulf Coast hardcore, TXDM, and then fucking what's his name, Becerra from Possessed.
Oh yeah.
They've got a thing going too, and they're spreading it around. It's kind of interesting.
Was there a thing like in the mid '80s or any kind of like group or anything that like followed like DRI around? Just out of curiosity, because they seem like they were real early movers on like the whole like punk hardcore.
They moved to San Francisco like early on, so they did have something in San Francisco called the Vats Crew, I think.
Okay,
something like that. It was like some building, some squat or whatever.
So they're
called
not
the
a
Vats.
straight up Texas thing. DRI?
No, they started here.
Okay.
They recorded.
They came
EP.
back. It's like
they recorded the EP the Dirty Rotten EP, and they recorded
Dealing with
it here in Houston.
Okay.
So, but yeah, they grew up. Well, Kurt grew up here, and his brother, who was the original drummer, and Spike eventually moved down here right back then, and that's how they had the band. But yeah, they started in a section of Houston called Spring Branch. But Kurt still lives here.
I was very intrigued by DRI because they said that Kurt had written like a book or books or something, some kind of
even way back when.
Yeah, so like I was like, oh, I want one of his books and all this shit.
Yeah,
and then years ago too, there was also a story that like I guess Spike was on an airplane and he like punched the stewardess in the face or whatever.
I don't know.
And they ejected him from the airplane. They played it on MTV actually.
Wow.
He's a pretty nice dude. I don't know. Maybe he's having a bad day.
Maybe. Who knows?
I still have the Live at the Ritz VHS.
Yeah, I like that scene where he's like, "It's just tooth chip and what is it? Tooth chip and trash."
Yeah, Felix.
Fuck
yeah.
Felix
oh no, it was Felix. I think it was Felix.
Oh, yeah, Felix was from Austin originally.
Okay, maybe it was Felix that was on the plane that got the whatever. It was like literally like Kurt Loder like stopped the show to like be like he stopped the show to be like, okay, you know, like the drummer from DRI was arrested on a plane today, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, dude.
You guys don't remember that?
Yeah, DRI. No, I don't. But yeah, DRI. One of the best things you'll see on YouTube is DRI live at CBGB in '84.
Right.
So fucking badass.
So fast.
They're
so
ripping,
fast.
Yeah.
Ripping, dude.
Last beats.
Was that when Kurt had his hair shaved like super fucking bald and was his brother drumming on that?
His brother was drumming. They were just
dude,
fucking
that snare roll stupid fast.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
He's fast, dude. He was so bad. Well, he ended up in Hyrax, and he ended up on a Death Rehearsal demo too.
Yeah.
So,
on a Death Rehearsal.
Yeah, Eric Brett. He was on which one was it? I think it was like 85 or something like that. He was like in Death for like, you know.
Well, they were one of the first movers I kind of heard with the blast beat, you know, like between them and maybe like Cryptic Slaughter, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, like on that first Cryptic Slaughter album, the friggin' blast, like, you know?
Yeah, totally, dude.
Yeah, they seem like amongst his drums on the Death demo are sick too. Okay, there you go.
Damn.
Yeah.
He was. But yeah, dude, on DRI, bam.
DRI. Yeah, there's like those shows where they're like, they're live on the radio or something.
Yeah,
like,
that's what they were called.
Us DRI.
Yep.
It's interesting. Felix, when he was drunk, came up to me one time, said he was going to kick my ass for wearing a DRI cap.
I mean, who in the 80s doesn't remember the painter caps? Remember the painter caps?
Yeah. Hey, can we have you on here, Richard Santos? Man, send Francisco your email or whatever. We want to hear some of your stories.
Yeah,
you were there.
It's the Back from the Dead demo. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Damn, no baloney.
With Eric Brett.
DRI shows from '84, famous. Hell yeah. Who am I? DRI. Cool.
It's
man.
fucking just fucking ripping hardcore, man.
For sure. Let's see what else we got in the chamber here. Take it back into a different direction now. Away from this hardcore baloney.
True to form.
No more hardcore baloney on baloney.
Yeah, you were talking Necroharmonic earlier, so I got to play this.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Sensation of my soul fades away. Fancy breathless, small tones all to ground. Token and bottles for blood from the memory of ground. Technology comes towards reality. Assets are powerful chemicals, overrolling us from domination. She's the truth of a nation, cursing is a level mankind. Rolling from famine to feet.
That recognizable vocal tone, you know who it is.
Yeah, that was one of the earlier songs, "Cremate and Hate." You know,
Yep.
fucking A.
That
Dig
song rules. I'm
It-
glad they re-recorded that.
Yeah, it was like live. That was like you could leave Agoraphobia show and like know the the riffs, which is kind of cool, you know. But a lot of that has to do with like Alex and the guitars, and you know what I mean, and Chris's vocals and all that shit, you know.
Yeah.
Also, we had this
them
back
too
in
to-
our day. You know what? I got something rare here I could play, which this was recorded in Houston, and only I have this, and I encoded it one time. I'll leave you guys on the screen for it.
Ooh.
Oh no, this ain't my tape.
I have this.
Yeah, you have this. I thought this was my my rehearsal. I have an unreleased rehearsal.
Paul
Doesn't have vocals on it, right?
No, it doesn't. But you can hear Paul blasting like 1,000 miles an hour.
His whole room was just drums, with one little tiny bed on the side of the drum. And then the earth mover was in the room.
Yep.
Roy always had the shit no one else had. That's right. That's why I have the authority to do this and call it Death Metal Podcast, I think.
Ruben had the best guitar tone ever.
That earth mover was like 5 feet tall. It felt like it.
What do you think? That was the boombox in the room in the corner?
No, he had a little recorder on him.
Okay.
They had a killer bass tone.
Fat.
Part right here.
Listen to this blast.
This part.
Sick.
You know what's weird? Like, some people that might watch this might not even care or think that's bad, you know? But at that time, it was like, whoa, holy fuck! You know?
Yeah.
Here you go.
That was killing it.
Hell yeah.
Hey, can I tell you guys something?
No.
That new ETD reminded me a little bit of Splatteria riffs, just a little bit.
Could be. That was one of my biggest influences.
Yeah.
Like early on, but
Maybe just like a little snippet you played one time. I was like, damn, that reminds me of the old Splatteria fucking part.
it could.
I wish
Not
I could blast
intentionally,
that
No,
fast.
not
I couldn't
intentionally,
blast
I
quite
don't
that fast.
No, not the drums. It was more in the guitar, just to be honest, you know?
Oh well, yeah, because Francisco has this. He uses a P90 pickup, so they're not like quite the humbuckers, and he fucking puts the fucking tone all the way down to 0 on the guitar, so it's like all bassy.
Mm.
And he fucking turns up the gain, dude. You know, it's funny, man, because like instinctively you're like, no, like how are you gonna get like precision out of that? But dude, like if you didn't know, you just hear it. Like okay, I until he told me, yeah, man, I fucking turned that bitch all the way down to 0. I always wondered how does he get that fat ass tone. Then when he said it, I was like, well, of course. And it sounds much better than I expected. Even like on playback, this guy will send riffs and shit with the bass tone, like the guitar tone all bassed out. It sounds fucking good, man. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Like you expect it to sound muddy, but it doesn't.
Yeah, does it challenge your sense of sensibilities with music? Because like you said in the beginning of this, like you got classical training first, and then you kind of...
Yeah, I'm a nerd, dude. I'm like, no, that's not how it's done, And then someone's like, shut up, dude. Look, bam, and they show it to you, and you're like, well, damn, that challenges like the status quo, Then you go, then you go and you learn, right? You learn, oh, that's how Cyanide probably fucking does it, and that explains why their fucking tone is so thick and badass. Probably how fucking
Cyanide
Tom G.
doesn't
Warrior
do
did it
anything.
too. What's that?
Cyanide doesn't. He only thing he uses is a tube screamer, like if he's got any kind of leads or anything like that. But he plugs straight in all the time, and he somehow gets his sound every single time.
I gotta post this comment. It's important. Deidre always laughed and said, whenever I heard you heard XYZ band, she was like, "Yeah, I heard that from Roy and Oscar and Venner played me that a month ago."
Yeah, you're a little late, poser.
You're sorry, brother.
Hey, better late than
Oh,
never.
good.
That's what I say.
Yeah, better late than never. Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, remember sometimes we were on the floor and you were in Deteriorat, so you were up on the stage. So at least you had that over us, right?
Yeah, it's like we were going to watch you, right?
Yeah, we were going to watch your band. So JD being all technical, all
That's what
that
I'm here
tuned
for.
to be flat.
Yeah,
where are you
seventh
tuned
string
to?
and then like loose.
Yeah, where are you tuned to, Francisco?
I'm tuned to B.
You tuned to B? Gotcha.
Yep.
What about Hexea?
We tune to C standard, so it's like half a step higher than ETD. So it's like, it's fun. Black Sabbath tuned to C sharp, and I always thought they were lower than that. It's weird. Like I did a video on my page the other day talking about bands that tune to E standard and sound fucking heavy, right? Like you don't always got to tune low. It helps, but like Dissection, I went on a thing with Dissection and how fucking badass it was. And I there's a lot, like, fucking Deicide was at E flat for the longest time. Slayer was at E flat.
Mayhem didn't tune low. Mayhem didn't tune low either.
No, yeah, they were tuned to E, And, well, they were low and then they went back up and they went a little bit back. I think they're at D or E or something.
I mean,
but yeah,
what's heavier than folk?
Dude.
Fuck
yeah.
I mean,
Freezing Moon?
Oh, well, that was from
that too.
Chainsaw Guts Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, Chainsaw Guts Fuck. Gotcha.
Freezing Moon is my favorite song by them, right? But
yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how you can tune to E and just be so fucking heavy. You know?
Interesting.
Yep.
So what would be an example that a band that tunes to E and is super fucking heavy?
I mean, what is Slayer tuned to like on Haunting the Chapel? They're pretty close.
E flat.
Wow, really?
They're up there. Oh yeah, they're up there.
Interesting.
All those thrash bands like Destruction, that was all that E, maybe E flat. I don't know.
Sodom, I think, also tuned to E.
Yeah.
I think.
All that early shit was they weren't down tuning.
Right.
Not like crazy down tuning.
I mean, you're not gonna hear the low like boom boom sound, but it's just so aggressive, you just don't
But I
even
mean,
realize.
Yeah,
what's heavier? What's heavier
battery
than
doesn't
pumping?
seem like they're tuned low.
No, that's standard. I think right. Battery
Who?
was
Battery
was
standard as fuck. Yeah, standard.
Yeah, dude. I mean, what's heavier than chemical warfare? I mean, come on.
Disharmonic Orchestra was.
Do you want to
I would believe
die?
that.
Oh, Disharmonic Orchestra, dude.
After seeing them live, like right up front, like they were like super technical. And, you know?
Yeah. But
Some fans of Dystopia in here. Somebody was asking.
I've never
You
heard.
guys like Dystopia at all? I like them. Kind of doomy.
Yeah,
First
Sadist.
Electric Wizard album is B standard. Cool.
Oh,
I love that album.
Decomposition. Y'all heard Decomposition? That super doomy death metal band that's super slow. What was it called? Decomposition.
Are you talking about
Disembowelment?
No.
He's like stopped in his tracks. I thought he was going to say yes.
Disembowelment is the one I was thinking.
Decomposed, maybe?
Yes. They have that
Decomposed from
one
the
band.
UK?
Like a UK band?
Yeah, they were good. If that's what we're thinking of. Do many or any guitarists play through bass amps with distortion pedals, of course? Sounds killer to me. Surprised people didn't do that I know of. That's
Actually,
true.
yeah, actually, I did that like on the Cemeterian demo. One of the guitar tracks, I plugged in my Marshall JCM 2000 into a massive bass cabinet.
Right. And also the Splatteria stuff, they told me right off the bat that the shit was...
Yeah, that's a bass cabinet.
cabinets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this man did too. There you go.
Yep.
Cool, man.
It works, man. It works.
Yeah, I mean, if that's like how you get a heavier like guitar sound or whatever, I think it's brutal. It seems like changing of the strings too, right? Heavier
Yeah,
gauge
you gotta get heavier
strings.
gauge. Yeah. But see, a lot of people don't like.
Decomposed.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, bring it up, brother. Bring that one up.
man.
Yeah, that's a classic, dude. Hope Finally Died release. I
Yeah.
think they got a reissue fairly recently, but that was original also on Peaceville or whatever.
Yeah, that's
This
the
one is Candlelight. Yeah, it's a reissue. Candlelight.
Good release. No, it got reissued on Dark Descend Records even more recently, I think.
Oh.
With the demos.
Ruben Splatteria would plug in into a 4x15 cabinet,
right?
Bass cabinet with a
415s.
The thing was like huge too, because it was in Paul's room at the rehearsals. So the thing was like fucking. It looked bigger than normal. Like it didn't look like a regular ass cabinet.
No. It's that's why it's called.
Like, what the fuck is that thing, dude?
That's why it's called the Earth Mover.
Earth Mover.
Fred from Phlegm used it on that tour.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Actually, Ruben texted me. He goes, "I think he's got pictures from that show that he's going to look for. He's going to let me look at."
Cool. From the AC show back in the day.
Yeah. Yep. Because I think Fred used his guitar too.
Interesting.
For AC, I think. But yeah, no, his amp peg was a. Was it a PV? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it's a PV, 4x15, massive. Dude,
right.
whenever we started doing Hippo Christians and he joined and he would play. He's insane. We would have that 4x15 cabinet. He was playing bass, and then we added another 2x15 on top of that, and so his head, and that's what we would play with live. He would play with 615s.
Damn, 6.
Yes, dude.
It figures.
Brutal.
Decomposed Hope Finally Died was the first LP I ever bought. I bought it from Relapse in their sales selection for $6. Instant.
Damn.
God damn, that's a good purchase. PV Black Widow?
Probably.
Current setup is Orange Head with Ampeg bass cab. I think that one of the bands I played on here earlier, Gashudar from Russia, they I saw that little orange head on there or whatever.
Yeah, I plugged into
Pure Terror did that? Interesting. That I did not know.
Wow.
Yeah, they got a heavy fucking sound, dude. They were heavy as fuck.
Yeah, dude, you just gotta try something. I mean, people like, hey, nah, you're not supposed to do that.
See,
Why
out of the
not?
hardcore bands, like all the bands were like, but then if you went to see like Sheer Terror, it was like, so like that was
Right.
more what like
It had more more
yeah,
low end, yeah.
like the low end stuff. My
Yeah.
whole fucking world after I saw Mortician, like my whole fucking thought about like death metal was like changed. I was like,
Hey,
ah.
JD, what is Mortician tuned to? Do you know?
They're like fucking low sex.
I
Like
think he said
29. It's not even a letter. It's a
flat
number.
or some shit.
Some
It's
crazy.
fucking
I was
low.
asking
Yeah,
Raj
it's
the
like
other
a
day.
A. It's like a 7-string guitar, but like the top strings like turned down a whole step. So
Yeah, he said it's a G. What is below A? G or something?
G. Yeah, it would be G. Sounds like a. Some of the Swedish bands did that for a minute.
Right.
It's like too low.
Well,
So how do
that's
you
tunes
how do you
to
keep
G.
that? How do you keep that in tune and all that shit? I don't.
You gotta get fat ass strings. You got to set up your guitar and it'll work. But then you can't get out of that tuning. So it's like that guitar's got to be set for that shit, and you're
For
stuck.
that, yeah.
Right. Well, he uses always the BC Rich, and I know Kaler. So I don't know if that's does that make a difference for a guitar player to have that or not or whatever it is? What is it like a Floyd Rose versus
Just for
a
going.
Kaler or something?
If you're Kerry King, it matters.
I got you.
Yeah, if you want to do like dive bombs and all that shit.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Here, check it out. Talking about old gear, dude. Check this out. Extra granny points and banana stickers if you can guess this band, dude. Check
Banana
this shit out.
stickers.
Look at that gear, dude. That's third world fucking brutality right there, dude. You know
Whoa,
what that
what
is?
Mutilator from Colombia.
Close. You're close. Here's the next page. Check this shit out, dude. This is OG.
Is that Volcano?
Close. It's Colombian. It's Colombian. Check it out, dude.
Massacre?
Powder Bellum.
It's yes.
Parabellum. Yeah,
yeah. They consider that to be one of the first black metal releases I've heard.
We're just talking. I thought about it right now because I wanted to mention it. You were mentioning fucking Mayhem and Chainsaw Guts fuck and shit like that. For those of you who don't know this, and I'm sure hardly anybody does, because this is fucking obscure, dude, and like this is rare as fuck. This damn album, it's backwards. Like it's not mirrored. Like it's actually written that way on the CD, like mirrored or whatever.
What's the name of the release?
Parabellum.
It's called Tempus Mortis. Tempus Mortis. This is fucking Death Crush. This is Mayhem before Mayhem. Mayhem. It's like 81 or 82. What? God damn, dude. Blast beats, distorted bass, brutal ass vocals. This is Mayhem before Mayhem was Mayhem, dude.
Yeah, well, the guy, if I'm not mistaken, that was where one of that dude's skull pieces went to also.
Possibly. He talked about
that.
Bull Metal?
Was that Bull Metal?
I don't know, but I mean, I know some pieces went down there,
Is it on YouTube, JD?
I'm bringing it up anyway.
I think so. I haven't checked.
I got something coming through here.
Okay.
But fuck, man.
I've heard the name, but I can't say I've heard him.
It says 84, 85, but I know the band's name, yeah.
This is 85 stuff, and I don't know if they started before, but this is before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They said that this was one of the first black metal bands, like amongst the first ones. So here we go. Gets a little excruciating.
I mean, you put like probably one of the later tracks. The beginning
Put the
of
worst
the
song
album
on?
is like
I
sick,
put the
dude.
worst
It's just,
song on.
I put it in the private chat.
Yeah, you
easier
said
if
the
you just
first song, but do you know the name of it?
yeah, Engendro 666.
Oh, geez, I don't speak Spanish,
Engendro
homie.
666.
Let's see
Yeah,
here.
Engendro.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, that track is like to the point.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Just got to get the
it's,
wizard. The Wizard of
Sacri-
Gore has to get his shit together here.
Sacrilegio EP. That's the one.
Yeah, well, yeah, this particular that one the cover there is a collection of all their old shit, including that EP. Which
Okay.
So that track is on that EP.
It's cool because they put their logo backwards. You know what I mean?
I know.
It's so fucking occult-ic. Hold on a sec. We're playing it for the listeners in a momento.
Cool.
I remember this like as a name that I don't know who it was. What's his face? Always praised this.
Yeah, Euronymous.
Euronymous. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is closer to where we want to be. Let's see here. He said there's a fucking documentary about this band. That's pretty.
Yeah, that's interesting. There you go. Listen to that shit right there, dude. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Fucking blown out speakers, dude. That's like Eric Breck right there, dude, on drums. Fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, man. I think Mayhem ripped them off, dude. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I haven't heard it in a while, actually. It's been a long ass time.
Fucking underground.
Yeah.
Third world blast.
Pure fucking Parabellum.
Fuck yeah.
They kind of throw Mayhem kind of progress there.
When it was still death metal centric, you know what I mean? Mayhem up there, dude. Just like that,
band, dude.
Hey, can I say something?
Sure.
I listen to a lot of different kinds of music, but South American, Central American stuff like this just fucking gets me right here, dude.
Yeah.
It's got a little bit of everything, right?
Shit, because it's so genuine to me. You know, these guys, you can just picture these guys doing this shit in a room just because they're like, fuck, let's make some metal right now. And that's it. Nothing else. Not like, hey, let's fucking whatever. You know what I mean? I don't like all of it, but I love that.
To that point, dude, these motherfuckers are also hungry. Fucking economy sucks. There's fucking war in the streets.
Yeah.
So if they're gonna write a song about killing someone, they've probably seen a few fucking dead people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's fucking
they probably
real.
had fucking Pablo Escobar. They probably had Pablo Escobar like driving outside the house or something like that while they're fucking rehearsing or something.
No Baloney said that there was a documentary about them. So
I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to check
that out too.
Thanks for that heads up, man.
I think fucking Mayhem ripped them off, dude. Now that I'm hearing them, I'm like, wow, because I know they were.
Well, there's a lot of elements. Like that Death Crust demo, you know how it gets kind of chaotic or whatever, like on some of those songs. I can kind of hear the influence.
Exactly. The bass, dude, that distorted bass and shit, and just like the way the drums are kind of like not experimental, expressive. They're not just you know, but there's
what
like
we're saying, like at the end, there's like
come on,
like,
you
I didn't know they had that many drums in Colombia.
They shared the same kit.
Well, here's the thing: all those recordings, especially like from Brazil or whatever, it sounds like they all recorded with the same shit in the same rehearsal room or whatever. And I say rehearsal room, you know, who knows where it was at, but it's just something about those recordings that just I fucking love that shit, dude, because it's genuine, like I said, and it's like, you know, they weren't. You know,
truth, the living conditions bred that kind of music. Fucking
absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is the same for us in the United States too. It's not to say that like, hey, your pain, my pain, their pain, our pain. Who cares? Everybody's going through some shit, right? And
Right.
that's one thing about metal music, that separates us from the normies, the mundane people out there. Like we're trying to fucking talk about things that people don't want to talk about or can't talk about.
Right.
We're the ones letting all that shit out from like religious shit to political shit, not so much, but just like letting it all out. You know what I mean? And so
Well,
if
yeah.
you're true, that's where the whole true thing comes from. If you're true, then your
Yeah.
music will just show it. You don't have to try hard.
Exactly. And it goes for anybody. Wherever you grow up, you are whatever you play. You are a product of that environment that you grow up
Yeah.
in.
I mean,
it
of course.
comes out of you whether you know it or not.
Yeah. Even sound wise, I'm sure, like, because like every country has its own like sound, dude. I mean, you start to notice that over time. It's like if you're from like Greece or Italy, you got a sound. If you're from Colombia, there's a sound. Japanese, there's
York,
a sound. Australia, New York, yeah, exactly.
Florida.
I mean, and a lot of these bands, like a lot of the like early, like even like grinding noise bands, all had like from South American and Mexico and whatever, had like anti-religious themes.
I noticed that
because that's what they grew up with. Is like you're being just like here in Texas, you're being fucking
force-fed religion,
force-fed that shit. And people always ask me, hey, how come every fucking band you ever had, it's, there's some kind of anti-religious thing? I was like, that's what I grew up. That's what I grew up around, dude. People were always telling me, hey, go to church, fuck this, and that's why that is.
There's another classic band I want to play from back then. This is like this was a band that I was all about. DD Crazy.
Oh, Sex Drive. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, this is a killer one.
Woo, I got the reissue.
Oh, you got that? I had that on vinyl actually years ago.
Oh, yeah, you got this one right here?
Yeah.
It's got the
awesome cover.
Sexual Carnage. Yeah, the badass cover.
Fucking A, dude.
bunch of babes on
And
the
that's
cover.
like, yeah, like that sets the fucking tone for like good, dark, like there's not, I don't know. They were like Sarcophago and them, like that's members of Sarcophago anyway. That's DD Crazy on drums.
DD Crazy.
Yeah. You can hear it right away,
man.
too, man.
Yeah.
Like a blaster.
I wonder what the difference, I don't know what the difference lineup was between Sex Trash and like Sarcophago, though. Do they share the same guitar player, or?
I think it was just
I don't know
the
about
drummer.
the drummer. The drummer quit, and then he started this band. But I don't know if any other members, because then that's when he got the digital drums for a while, like on that Crust and the Worst album or whatever he did.
Okay,
afterwards.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
I don't more like an INRI and Rotting fan, you know.
Yeah.
And Sex Trash, you know, like, but I don't think I heard Sex Trash until I heard INRI. And then I didn't. And then we used to drive around and the incantation thing, and we would talk about like DD Crazy, you know, and we would listen to all the time, dude.
I think I heard Rotting first.
Sex, Drinks, and Metal, you know.
I have that shirt. I wear it almost all the time, and when I play gigs, I love that shirt.
Fucking A, dude.
Drinks. I like how it says drinks.
Yeah.
Beverages, fornication,
Sex, drinks,
and heavy metal.
They had a brutal song called Tracy and shit, dude. That's how heavy they are.
Tracy.
You could have a song called Tracy and fucking and it'd be brutal. You're doing something right.
Yes. Sex trash, baby. The way of life.
Shitbags. I got an old band that's not from Colombia that's super fucking like
They're Brazilian, by the way, not Colombian.
Oh, Brazilian, my bad, sorry. I'm not talking Frasier right now. So this was from 86 too, and from all the way from the other side of the world.
Fucking die.
You think Morbid Angel might have heard that band or something?
Maybe in the beginning, yeah.
Dude, that demo is just.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
What's
right?
up with Australia, dude? Why are they so damn badass, dude? Like
I know, right?
sadistic execution and fucking these dudes and all the grind bands and goddamn Australia rules,
Also, a
dude.
very isolated country, right? So, like, obviously, like everything is like very internal, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe that creates like I don't know, like like all those bands are like super fucking bestial, right?
Fucking
I guess
bestial
their
horror.
struggle is they're like all the damn killer animals and insects. They're always fucking running from their lives.
That was the
for their
first thing
lives,
that
for-
Damo, my friend from Australia, used to talk to me about. Like the first thing he's like, "Ah, the fucking snakes over here, mate," you know, and kill a spider in my house, you know. It's like, damn,
They're scared
dude.
of nature and shit.
Yeah, fucking dingo ate my baby, you know.
I went on the encyclopedia shit, the metal archives, and there's a picture of them. I wanted to see some pictures, right? And there's a picture of them in the cemetery, and they're like all posing with this upside down cross, but you can clearly see they fucking pulled that thing out of the dirt because it's still like wet and dirty on the bottom, and they turned that motherfucker over and took a picture. I wonder if it was like their own family's tomb, or they just like
Damn.
check out this one. And they just
Fuck it, rip this cross out of the
desecrated the
ground.
tomb.
They wanted to be like Tom Angel Ripper, turned the cross upside down.
Jim Hoffman says it's an island full of criminals.
Yeah, right. Australia's a criminal country.
Bred from criminals, exactly.
There you go.
There you
That
go.
that demo.
What about Hobbs, Angel of Death? Yeah, another one. But I mean, Hobbsy was a fucking big thing to all these guys. You know that, right? I mean, I don't know.
Oh yeah, of
musically,
course.
You know, but apparently he was doing something that was next level. I thought his covers and all that shit was a total turnoff back then. But so I was like, why is this fucking fat guy on the cover? You know, no offense, rest in peace, obviously, but you know what I mean. I was like, I couldn't fathom a band that had their band member on the cover of the record. You know.
You know, a demo that well, it was actually came out before that, but it rivals it. It's probably might be faster, but the Insanity demo, dude. That
Insanity Cali
demo from.
What about
I'm thinking,
this?
dude? How?
What about this one? This was a kind of like a sleeper cell. Hold on a second. I got to refresh that. Back.
I'm sure it's going to kick my ass, and I'm sure I already know what it is.
You know this already.
Oh shit!
I don't know if any of our listeners know this. That's brutal.
Oh my god.
Ugh! Fucking bastard. Sounds like a drum machine, right?
Yeah, keyboard.
Something five, though. Even had drum machines in '86?
Yeah.
Hell
man.
yeah.
Dude. Fuck cymbals, fuck fi, lo-fi.
know.
It's like
Those vocals.
subterranean fi.
It was one guy that did that, and it took me forever to find out. It was the guitar player from NYC Mayhem.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. You know,
Agnostic
that makes
Front
more
and all
sense to
that
me.
shit.
Yeah, you know why? Because when I did an interview with Dan Lilker, he referred directly back to NYC Mayhem. I was like, what got you into like death metal and black metal? He was like, yeah, there was a guy from NYC Mayhem or whatever.
Yeah, Gordon Ansis. He was the one, and it was like that's like 85. That
86,
extreme,
that particular one.
yeah,
That's those
that
vocals.
extreme, and there's a band going back to South America. That band actually, if you guys know the band Necro Butcher from Brazil,
right?
He told me that demo directly influenced them to sound the way they sound, because he was trying to do those like blah, 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 vocals or whatever. Because if you listen to Necro Butcher, you can tell right away that it's huge influence by an American band, which is kind of weird, right?
Colombian, you said, or
no,
Brazilian?
No, Necro Butcher was from Brazil.
Brazil, okay.
Yeah. That guy ended up he ended up doing like more grinding stuff. But Necro Butcher was that total satanic noise shit, like a lot of bands from Brazil were doing. But yeah, he told me, yeah, dude, that Hell House
NYC Mayhem. Interesting. You know what? The first time I ever seen the Hell House thing, it was through like a release that what's his face? Drummer from Nunslaughter passed on. Jim Kanya. Yeah. So I was like, is this real? You know what I mean? Because it just sounded like, I don't know, like between the drum sound and then between like the whole like rah, 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 like Jim and he was all about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you gotta have some kind of sense of humor.
Well, I just didn't know if it was real at the time. I was like, they said it was 85, etc. I was like, I don't know, man. This guy's fucking. They make up their own band or some shit. But I mean, obviously, you just confirmed that there's a little more to it.
Yeah, there's the guy who did the nut scab I mentioned earlier.
Right.
He had a project with a friend called Frankie Carbone. Frankie Carbone project. It's like one of the C-list background.
I know what you're talking about.
From fucking Goodfellas, Frankie Carbone. Anyways, they need, and so it's like that. It's like thup, 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 thup. It's just like the two keys on the keyboard, the kick and the snare.
I always thought Hell House was from Texas for some reason.
Nope.
Interesting. Yeah,
I heard them. I heard them from Ruben Cantu. It's Splatteria.
Pretty sure has New York City Mayhem on CD.
Yeah, well, Hell's Headbangers
New York
released
City
that.
Mayhem, Straight Ahead, possibly.
Yes, it's Gordon Ansis who was in. He played guitar in Agnostic Front for a little while too.
It's so weird because everybody like starts with this like black or death metal or like, and then the next thing you know they're like playing like some happy ass shit.
NYC Mayhem in '85 was like Slayer mixed with like hardcore.
Yeah.
And like fucking super, like Tommy Carroll, the drummer, was like blasting super fast to like Slayer riffs,
I just want to throw something else out there because this was from another side of the country, but this seemed like really extreme at its time. What do you guys think? Especially the vocal.
Dude, love it.
That's silly intro, outro.
That dude,
Wow.
They were grinding
Nice.
as fuck. How old
What's
is
up with
that?
that band? I'd never heard of that.
a classic
Japan.
Japanese hardcore.
Oh, I can
Yeah.
tell it's Japanese from a mile away.
We,
It's just like,
Yeah.
We actually covered that song with HRA live a couple times. It's the song that never ends because it's it's I like cola and then da, 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 da.
yeah.
So we would like do like an 8-minute version of it.
Yeah, I used to think it was I Like Killing, like when I was younger, when I first heard it, because the first person that ever turned me on to that band, I believe, was Seth Putnam, because he had a tape that had them, and it had a band called UPS demo, and then it had a band called Decapitation.
Brutal. Yes. I know all that shit.
You know that stuff?
UPS was
Cool.
UPS was one of like the fastest stop-start like punk bands like ever.
Right.
From Arizona of all places.
Oh, that's where they were from. I don't know shit about them. And like try like researching something like UPS in today's day and age, you know?
Yeah, I have a useless pieces of shit. That band.
Oh, that's what it is? I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude. They although HRA, like the last 7-inch I did, a lot of the stuff was like influenced by UPS.
You should have Toby Morris from H2O. Tim Morris, maybe he means. Yeah, we have Tim Morris on sometimes anyway.
No,
Toby Morris.
Oh, shit. Yeah, he's like a hardcore dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would bring anyone on here to fucking talk about crazy shit.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to if you're really deep into death metal, because
That's what I mean. Like, even though this is death metal podcast, you know, like I'm not gonna just play Cannibal Corpse fucking videos on here. You know what I mean? That's not what I listen to. You know.
I mean, even Celtic Frost, right? Like everybody gives the nod of death metal. A lot of people do in some kind of like root system to Celtic Frost, right?
Right.
And Hellhammer and stuff, but what do you think they listened to, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's fucking all these hardcore, fastcore, true, like it was rock and roll, punk, and then hardcore punk. And then from there, everything came out. Thrash came out of that, death metal, black metal.
Yeah.
But you needed this first. And then someone's like, oh yeah, and then fucking Mick Harris.
You're like, oh yeah?
Yeah. And then fucking from Mortician pulls out the drum machine, you know, he's like, oh yeah?
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, 260 is the highest
Roger,
BPM
what's his
on
name?
here.
Roger fucking programmed that shit.
Well, you remind me of Roger a little bit. You know that, JD? Because like,
no, that's wild.
As far as having multiple bands and fucking with the fucking microphones and the studios and everything.
Was Roger playing in Jill's band also?
No, that was Sam from Morpheus Descends. You mean Funerus?
Funerus, I'm sorry. Yeah,
that was Sam from Morpheus Descends played with them. I know that.
And he's in Mortician too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, Sam is in Mortician. He's the drummer in Mortician.
Okay, I met them in San Antonio. Cool guy.
Roger is a badass drummer too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Roger went out on tour and played double duty with Malignancy and then Mortician drums.
Hey, if you haven't listened to the final Bloodbath session,
right? Yeah, he's drumming
drums, I think.
Yep.
On that,
yeah,
he was like a drum machine, dude.
Yeah. Considering that they were like they didn't tour with their fucking drum machine. He went out there and did it. Like that has the guitar player from Malignancy on it, so it was like
correct
recorded during that tour. Or they did 2 tours. They did tours with Skinless and Exhumed or whatever.
They were
2 tours with Skinless and Exhumed, if I'm not mistaken.
Other than like the demo and Mortal Massacre, that era of like when Roger was playing drums for him live, it was my favorite.
Yeah, he's killer. shout out to Raj too and his toy store and all that stuff. So I'm posting all his obscure ass toys today.
Hey, it was cool, man. I got to talk to him when they
I
played
talk to
last
Raj
year.
all the time, so he's like, in a weird way, like Raj is like a little bit like my mentor, and so it's like he taught me how to screen print and shit like that. A bunch of computer shit that no one knew. He was the first mover on all that shit.
Yeah.
So it was like kind of like, like if something comes, he was talking to me about Facebook literally before Facebook existed. If that makes any
check
sense.
this out. You got to put yourself on this thing called Facebook.
Yeah, like no, he wasn't saying Facebook. He was talking about something that it resembled Facebook.
Oh,
if
right,
that
right.
makes so like literally he was talking, and like sometimes he'll talk about something that's so next level that you're just like, I want to invest in this right now, please. Because it's like, damn, this dude is like so fucking, he's like a wizard, you know what I mean? He has like this wizard fucking head, and he's like talking about something that like hasn't even like fully materialized yet,
It's
weird.
good, man.
Yeah, it's a good person to be around because you could learn a lot, you know what I mean? And then, I'll bounce off knowledge off him too. Like I'm more into like sales. So maybe if it's like a day when I'm like, yo, Raj, you got a sale set up? It's Friday the 13th, He's like, oh shit,
Does he have like a channel on YouTube or something that you mentioned?
He has like a chat. He has like a thing where he teaches people how to fucking be like mortician, literally. So there's something out there on YouTube where like he shows people like how to like either program drums or be a one-man band or something.
Yeah.
So there's something out there with him doing that. And then he also, I think on the same channel is like his Christmas cover tunes where he does like Christmas songs in like death metal style.
Yeah.
They're good.
Wow.
They're really fucking good, killer.
Yeah, I did a
cover. I don't like that thing, Roy. Don't let it get to JD's head.
Oh yeah. Put on your sleep apnea. You're gonna die on us.
All right, here we go. We got something here.
What do we got?
Speaking of mortician and drums, got some drumming.
Some dark brown shirts
on the wall.
A young boy infected an entire town with rabies and turns a group of men into a band of bloodthirsty zombies ravaging a peaceful countryside.
I like how you take a regular ass drum video and turn it into like some next level fucking shit here.
like an aha video.
Aha video.
That fucking low G, dude. Uh-huh, yeah, dude. From New York.
Mortician, aha.
Damn it, boy. Look at him
Damn,
go.
JD.
Mortician's great inspiration to fucking play fast and slow. Fucking badass riff.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Mortician rules.
That's pretty good.
I have a CD album. It's called Far East of Japan. Hardcore, punk, grindcore, thrash. Came out early 90s. Has 25 or 30 bands on the compilation. Yeah, that sounds familiar, actually. The Far East of Japan
Ooh.
comp.
I
JD
love
going back into the closet.
I love old Japanese hardcore, man.
Yeah, man.
It's brutal. It's, it's like the old Swedish hardcore and Finnish hardcore, and it's like brutal shit.
Hell yes. How about this bad boy? This is
Yeah.
metal, though.
Yeah, let's get some metal, some death metal.
Take that, Tom Araya.
Sorry, brother.
Ah!
You got that, JD.
I thought I had
a-
that record that the guy mentioned, the Japanese compilation, but
Oh,
the one I do
yeah.
have is this one instead, which is it says
Hmm.
Japan in Decline,
Okay, I've heard of this one too. I've
and
heard.
yeah,
Who's
they're
on
on
that
there.
one?
It's got a lot of like grindcore and fastcore, like Fuck on the Beats, Shikabane 324,
Okay. Yeah,
Kung
that's
Fu
a little
Gripman, Mass
later era.
Genocide, Unholy Grave, etc., all the big heavy hitters. Japan.
Dope.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's
Hey, do you have this one, Francisco?
what is that? What is that? No,
Brutality and Second.
I don't have it. I don't have it.
Oh shit.
Oh no, I see some Houston bands on there though.
Hatred Surge.
TRL.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I see it. Endless
and then
Demise.
this right here.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw that.
Yeah.
I know.
Then I won one last one. I got this piece of shit album right here. It's
yeah.
Yeah, get that out of here.
The cover of your album, Francisco. That's pretty good.
Yeah, dude, that's Evil Dave.
I like that cover.
Yeah, that's fucking DRI guy, isn't it?
No,
that's the other album.
Evil Dave from San Antonio.
Oh, I thought you had what's his name from Sound Exchange.
Is that where all posers are revealed or whatever on there?
No, that's Hypocrisians.
Oh, okay.
No, that's HRA. But no, if a classic Japanese hardcore punk compilation is called A Farewell to Arms. It has Alto, Lip Cream, Gauze.
Yeah, someone mentioned that in here.
That one is motherfucker.
Yeah, that's the one I think that's the one that I know too.
It's fucking.
Yeah, this one's cool. It's a little more death metal though.
That one because
this
that's
one has like
the one I
fastcore
remember.
and death metal too. So.
Yeah, those. Well, if it has like Unholy Grave, they formed a little later. And
yeah,
they played a show for me up in Jersey, which was cool. They're cool guys. Yeah,
he throws that Osaka Death Fest, I think, or he throws some festival over there, or Tokyo. I'm not sure where he has it.
That's Naru. That's Naru.
Yeah,
Naru. Yeah, he does Asuka Death Fest. I mentioned that earlier. I think
he's in the Maggoty Corpse we played in the beginning.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Maggoty Corpse and
every day, man, you see him just getting busy, either throwing a show, a fest, vending, unpacking shit.
I think he had a store at one point, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like back in the 90s?
And an art gallery mixed in with a store.
Yeah, he was always a cool dude. He and I used to write, like, back in 90s or whatever.
Francisco, what is the upside down banner behind you, say?
Oh, that was actually the it was a massive handmade backdrop for my old band Hypocrisians when we would play live. Billy, he was playing guitar at the time. He made it like at his house out of like shoe polish and
it's always shoe polish,
or whatever. and it turned out fucking awesome. Roy remembers. Remember, I used to put that little cartoony burning church.
Yeah.
On everything?
Oh, it's that one with that the red fire on that little church.
Yeah,
that's shit's badass.
It was like huge, so we would use that because everything we did was like massive. Like I said earlier, we had bass player was playing out of 615s, and Billy would I shit you not, he would bring out 3 full stacks.
Damn. I'm sorry, but you go to play with another band and you go on before them, they're like, "Yo, what the fuck, dude?"
Dude, we would like just drain the place like as soon as we got done because nobody cared, but it was like we were just up there just to fucking make noise.
You were so heavy, you drained the place as far as like.
Well, what's fucked up is, dude, we would play like just DIY fucking warehouses. There's no PA system or anything like that.
Right.
Nobody could ever hear me. No, yeah, well, nobody could hear the drums. I'm sitting there playing drums and nobody could hear me. So I was like, hey, I can do whatever I want because nobody's gonna fucking be able to hear anything.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow. I thought you were in Splatteria at one little inkling in time.
No. The only thing I have with them is Sal and
yeah.
They jammed
in Hypocrisians for
Hypocrisians.
Yeah, correct.
Gotcha.
Yep.
There's the
For
link.
like about 5 years. Yeah.
There's the link. What about this band? I mean, they're not they're back in the hyper Christian.
From Birmingham.
Who are those guys?
I think one means in God flesh.
Yeah.
And there's that
This
Greek
is
guy.
for some of the people I know. It's called Scum.
You sound like they're from London.
Come back to 1980 fucking show, motherfucker. Something drop.
Iconic drum roll. Woo!
Brutal.
86. You know what I was thinking about the other day? Like, the older we get, like, you know how, like, we look at, like, the Rolling Stones and be like, oh, shit, the 50th anniversary, 60th anniversary. I'm like, yo, that fucking Napalm Death is coming up on its 40 right now,
Yeah,
right?
dude. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? How
Dude,
old
when
am
they
I,
said
motherfucker?
like when they said fucking Guns N' Roses was classic rock, I was like, whoa.
Yeah. It's little things like
Damn.
that, right? When they're like,
That's what it
like,
is.
they start to, you know, like, you're like, damn. You start questioning, like, you're like, damn, how old are the Rolling Stones? 80?
Yeah.
85 years old up there?
Yeah.
And why is what's his face still alive? That one guy, you know?
Yet Ronnie James Dio died. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck?
I got a question for y'all.
Whatever.
For whatever.
Who do you think started grindcore, American or the English? The Americans, dude. In my opinion, the English had the a lot of punk. Americans had punk, but I think the Americans with like Siege and I don't know, or did Japan start it? You know what I'm saying?
Japan,
Like,
pretty close there.
I mean, goddamn, dude. 80, Gizm. How do you want to
What
pronounce
does the
it?
chat think? What does the chat think here? Repulsion? Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
there's Repulsion.
there's Repulsion.
You have that
The
Siege
band
Drop
that
Dead.
influenced
There's
the
Mick
bands that
Jagger. He
influenced-
possibly started grindcore.
SOB
Yeah, I think
from
so.
Japan.
Yeah.
Well, the bands that influenced Mick Harris were Siege and Repulsion, right?
There you
Right.
go. There you go. That's
And you
it
got to
right there.
wonder though, like even with that blast, like he must have listened to DRI or something, right?
Well, there's a New Jersey band too that he cited as an influence. That Cyanamid.
Cyanamid, right?
They were like a hardcore band, and they were playing blasts in like '84 or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever befriended Mick Harris on Facebook?
Hey, he's a fucking train
He's a
wreck.
fucking character, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Especially when he would like play his drums and like make little videos of himself.
Yeah, he can't. He obviously can't. You know, he doesn't play often enough. So, but yeah, it's still fun watching him play. You know.
I think that's maybe the one thing I would give to Pete Sandoval, because dude, it makes me throw up in my mouth when he says he created blast beats. I'm like, dude,
No,
shut the fuck up. But I will tell you that I feel he's one of the iconic people to take from the hardcore and the grindcore and just put it right in death metal. You know, the thrash and the punk, and it came together, and he got real good with his feet. You know.
Yeah.
But one thing I was going to mention earlier, which I thought of when we were talking about fast bands, is, and correct me on this because I don't know if this is true, but I think I heard a rumor when I was getting into Macabre that they at one point were considered one of the fastest bands in the world. Well, you know, with that whole whatever that, take it as you will, whatever it's worth, right? But like fastest band in the world, you know. I mean, talk about fast drumming, fast feet. He didn't have blasting per se, like Pete did. But man, dude, talk about a fast fucking band.
It was like a one drum fast instead of
Macabre,
a two drum, right?
Dennis Jimenez has the fastest, cleanest double bass.
Right.
Yeah.
No doubt. That
I mean,
guy
on the
from
early
Macabre was
Gloom and all that though, that's not a double bass, is it? It's like a single bass back then.
Yeah, I don't know. I
No,
don't know.
he's doing double bass like a motherfucker.
I mean,
dude.
by the time Sinister Slaughter hit, definitely. But wasn't he doing like single back,
No,
like
dude,
way
he's-
back? Oh,
There's one song
double
where it
bass?
just starts off like it just goes like double pedal like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude. You know.
I mean, you'll never.
America.
You'll never know.
All right, here's a good comment. I've seen people give Charlie Benedente the credit for inventing the blast beat. I mean,
Because of the song Milk. Because of the song Milk. But nah, dude.
I mean, yeah, he did early.
You got to put DRI
He
before
didn't
that
do it.
now.
Way before.
Yeah.
No Sense. Listen to the song No Sense from 1982, 83. And
Of which
there
band?
you go.
Which
DRI.
band?
The song called No
Yeah.
Sense. DRI.
It's like
The song
complete
No
fucking
Sense.
blast
It's
beat.
like, I mean,
Napalm Death
But there's also-
Grindcore as such developed. Okay, I know he copy and pasted this because this is from
Yeah, he doesn't even know how to spell Birmingham.
No way.
He can't even
can
spell
actually
Birmingham.
form a sentence like that, dude. You know.
And you know, and then the
with
one I always,
Wikipedia.
and then there's
there's
the band I
also a
always
band
bring up
from
every
New
time.
York.
What's that?
Yeah, there's a band from New York that was called Heart Attack that had blast beats in like early 80s. Look up that band
There's
Heart
a band
Attack.
I always bring up from Sweden. Fucking
Yeah,
Asocial was
Asocial.
blasting in 81, 82.
Asocial.
But like blasting, like every song. Every song, beginning to end. It's like, come on.
Yeah,
man.
Neos was early fast shit.
Cool. Well, man, I mean, there you go. I mean, at least this is like a learning lesson for other people that like fucking fast shit. There's like 20, there's been a constant 20 fucking people watching this for 5 fucking hours. I'm like, all right.
I will tell you who's like my favorite like fast drummers. Eric Brett, DRI, Mick Harris, Pete Sandoval, Dave Grave,
Tim Morris.
Well, yeah, but he's Tim is at a whole different thing on his own because
that's a different approach.
Yeah.
He got a different approach, but I mean, his blast.
No,
like,
he was Tim was ridiculous, and but you know, but Dave Grave mastered that single kick blast, right?
The skank.
I had a good time hanging out with Dave Grave one time in his camper, and we smoked a bunch of fucking weed and shit. It was at the Michigan Death Fest. I think they had just released that 7-inch with the Helga Lost Her Head or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was a cool dude, man. I think
there with I forgot
Matt
one.
You circle with.
I forgot one drummer, Steve from
with.
Heresy. Steve Charlesworth from Heresy.
Thank you for showing me that band, dude. Fucking
Dude, that guy,
Heresy, like,
Steve Charlesworth was up there with fucking and Frank from Intense Degree. They were up there with like Mick Harris and like the mid '80s, just blasted away. But they weren't as well known, right? But
how did you feel about the Unseen Terror? I felt that was kind of like the record was kind of like, it's like too many stupid themes, kind of.
Well, yeah, but the way I look at that album, dude, I look at it. Mitch Dickinson wrote fucking riffs on that fucking album, dude. Like catchy fucking riffs. And I love it. I love the album. It's weird. It's got weird production. They got like electronic drums and all that. But that's one of the ones I can look past and listen to the actual song structure and the songwriting and all that. It's just, but Unseen Terror Pill Sessions,
yeah,
brutal.
Man, I might have to check that one out. Actually, I'm more confused, like with the whole like Garfield for president.
No, listen, the Pill Sessions, dude. I can't believe you never heard it, but yeah,
I never heard that one. Maybe because I was turned off by the other stuff that compressed.
No. That Pill Sessions is fucking brutal. It's got a Mick Harris singing vocals on half of it.
Okay.
And Mitch Dickinson singing the other half, but it sounds nothing like the LP, like sound wise.
Cool.
It rules.
It's a shit.
Yeah, Insanity. Yeah, Insanity was super fast for '85.
Insanity.
It's one of my favorite.
Somebody calling out Spaz. Yeah, they were cool.
Good cool stop guys, and go stuff, but it wasn't as like long-winded fast parts. It was kind of
from Deicide.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, I like Steve Ashon. But yeah, no, I just as far as like drummers, they're not like the most technical drummers, but my favorite drummers were those guys. Like,
what are you, Steve, a fucking clock, bro?
No, man, Fraser.
Fraser, we always live stream for hours, sucker. You're just not on here because you're a doofus.
Yeah.
There's a lot of we went down to 1985, 1986 fucking fast hole here, right? With Black Death.
87, we did some 87 stuff. A lot of it.
Like I think out of everything,
the underrated drummer. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, who's that?
Nick Anderson on Left Hand Path. His drumming on that album is fucking. It's so good to me.
Nick,
it's like, it's not like your typical death metal drumming on that album. It's like hardcore, with there's some death metal slow stuff or whatever, but that's one of the most underrated things about that album. I think is his drumming on that.
Did anyone?
It's a legendary album.
Harris's Meat Hook Seed, the debut Embedded, was awesome.
I
got jumped at the Meat Hook Seed show, actually. I was invited onto Napalm. Well, I want to call it the Napalm tour bus, but I guess it was Mitch Harris and like some Napalm type guys, and Jesse Pintado was there too. And they had all these beers there, and they're like, "We don't drink," and I'm like, they're like, "You want them?" I'm like, "Sure," So I started fucking drinking. Like I probably drank like a case of beers. And then I guess I was just like stepping on too many toes inside,
They kicked their ass.
Get off the bus. I got fucked up outside. I was like, and then I was leaving and I was like bleeding. I was like, why did I go to a show by myself, dude? I was like, why did I drink all those beers? But I was like, fuck it. I was with Jesse Pintado, bro. That's probably like, not as weak as like these people that get down and are like praising the guy, but just like, bro, terrorizer,
Fuck yeah.
Hey, dude, when I first met Oscar Garcia, like in 2012, I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool, man, because That's
Right.
fucking Oscar Garcia, fucking Terrorizer,
Yeah, I mean, he's one of your influences,
huge
and
influence.
something you grew up with. You know what I mean? You listened to it so many times and shit.
Yeah, and he wasn't like it's not like he ever went on tour or anything like that,
Yeah, yeah.
he never came to your town or anything like that.
Never. Like Nausea never toured either.
It's one of those bands that, like, if they say, "Hey, have you heard this guy's new band?" Yeah, they kind of sound like Terrorizer. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
You don't want
Yeah.
to be like, they sound like this band. No, trust me, you don't hear it too often, and it was fucking great when it happened. That kind of shit, it's like timeless.
I feel like the Terrorizer album out of all the Earache ones is actually the most timeless of all of them. And I mean, maybe I don't know, maybe Carcass.
Recent Putrefaction.
Yeah, I don't know.
Napalm Death had to.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, out of catchiness, like the Terrorizer World Downfall, I mean, that was such a catchy fucking album. Even more catchy than Altars of Madness. And it just, in my opinion,
It helps the songs are short, man.
Yeah.
Because you're getting into it and it's done, and you're like, hey, I'm still hungry. Let's go.
Yeah. And then the songs just kept coming at you like,
yeah. Excellent.
That album flows well,
Yeah, and the production too flows really nice,
That's one of Scott Burns's good sounding albums. I think.
Right.
It sounds different than everything else.
And a lot of people they seem like they got into Napalm through like a Scott Burns record, but it was Harmony Corruption instead,
Right.
And
Right.
which is like completely like almost like a departure from like all the whole like grinding and noisy.
Yeah, it was all death metal. When I
Yeah.
first got into them as a kid, I didn't even know it was grind. I mean, it was the '90s, right? So it was what are those albums, dude? Into the Exit Wound and
Mass Appeals Madness and shit.
yeah, all the '90s stuff. And so it was all raw. It was a little slower.
Right.
The drummers were the drumming was a little different. It wasn't until later that someone said, "Yeah, no, you got to hear this album, Scum." And I was like, "Oh, I get it, Scum."
Yeah.
There you go. That's something else.
Enslavement to Obliteration was a big
Yeah.
thing for me. I had held it up at the record store and I was like, yo, do you know what this band sounds like? It has a free 7-inch in there. It's like, yeah, that sounds like Exodus. I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to get this.
Not really.
I fucking brought that shit home. I was like, what the fuck is this? But it was
Badass.
addictive, like the
Yeah.
sound. And like, at first I was laughing about it, but it's like that drum and the fucking, you know what I mean? Like, fuck. I brought it to my friend's house just to laugh at it. And then next thing you know, like, I've said this before on
That
here,
fucking
but like,
bass tone.
I saw him out in the corner, like doing like the arrangements to the fucking songs. I have to like listen to it like 3 times, So I was like, damn,
Yes.
dude, this is an epic moment. Like, this is more epic record than I really originally intended it to be. I thought I was just gonna bring it over here. We're gonna laugh at the screaming pygmies, but it was like, no, this is a fucking, the guitar fucking riffs are incredible.
Yeah. And then it's
Yeah,
funny
they
too.
were-
I
they
think
were-
like, the most grindcore era, and they're just playing Celtic Frost like Warship. You know what I mean? What's up?
Yeah,
Nobody really
there's
talks about.
there's a lot of Frost on that.
I don't know. I mean, an Obituary maybe. Slowly
No,
rot.
some of the early Napalm, like on Scum, there's even Hell Scum.
Yeah.
That's fucking Dethrone Emperor.
I don't know if those photos were like era to that thing. It said they were taken by the Unseen Terror guy at the Mermaid or whatever. But
Yeah,
like, if that sound at that time, like imagine, like, I'm sure there was probably like only like 10 people in the fucking room, right?
Yeah.
They were doing something like so revolutionary so early, and then at the same time they were, like setting fucking like a standard for like all this shit that came after it,
Yeah,
and then you see
yeah.
somebody like a Mick
Totally.
Harris, who is like a school teacher type dude, you know what I mean? Who goes fishing all the time. And you're like, why is this guy not a fucking multi-millionaire from fucking blast beating his fucking life away, Does that ever
Well,
confuse you guys or as
Well,
musicians?
Well, he got out of it really early,
That's true,
He
too.
got out of it in 91, He
Yeah.
stopped playing with
Yeah,
Napalm
he
in
did get out
91,
of it
but-
very early. So, but even Napalm, they're not huge, but like there was something about like
Mick Harris say, or even Pete Sandoval, you know? Like,
Yeah.
why are these guys? They were doing something that was so fucking like revolutionary. Like, why are they
Yeah.
not like completely fucking rich from this shit? You know?
Well,
You know what I mean? I don't. I'm
Napalm,
just throwing that out
well,
there.
yeah, early Napalm is one of those bands that you know when a band is like revolutionary, impactful when they spawn a lot of people to try to sound like them, right?
Right.
That's how I judge a band. Oh yeah, this band had a massive impact. Napalm Death is one of those bands where there was just like hell. Carcass has one album that spawned an entire like genre. You know what I mean?
Genre.
Like
Yeah.
how many Carcass clones are there out there that want to sound like Rika Putrefaction, right? And
Right.
Slayer.
Millions.
How many people write Slayer style riffs? You know that's just that's
On
kind of
that
how
note, have you heard the Autopsy clone band from Sweden called Murder Squad?
Oh yeah.
no.
They
I
sound
have.
exactly like Autopsy. It's crazy.
They're on it
Like,
too. So I mean, some of the guys from Autopsy play on those records too. But
Well,
yeah, they
yeah, Autopsy is another one. Autopsy
completely
is
are
another one.
fucking Autopsy worship. You know?
That's another band that just hey, let's put an Autopsy part in this song. I mean, I've
Right.
done it.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, hey, you sound like Autopsy. I'm like, thank you. That's a good thing, man.
I
Fuck
hear
yeah.
a lot of Jim Rowe in all the bands nowadays. And
Yes.
his incantation. Actually, I don't want to say incantation. I want to say the Disciples of Mockery fucking blast. You know? It's kind of like a mid tempo, but it's not a full blast.
That's a good
Suffocation.
point, Chris. That jun 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 jun. How many fucking albums were written because of that riff? I'm guessing that's the one he's talking about.
What?
The suffocation riff.
Yeah,
Right.
dude.
A whole
Yeah.
genre copying the riff.
Yeah.
I hear ya.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Yeah, it's weird because I was there watching that like unfold because they didn't even have a record contract when I first saw them, and they would play like they'd be like, "Here's our new song, Breeding the Spawn," So it was interesting.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Roy,
it's
did you ever hear Jim's friend Bill play drums? I'm not sure what that means.
Well, it's weird because
I think
Cannibal
so.
Corpse is like the biggest band.
Uh-huh.
Did they influence more people than Suffocation?
In a
I don't
different
know.
way. I think they did, but
I
in
don't
a
know.
different way. I think in lyrical
I mean,
content,
like sound wise.
they did.
Sound wise.
No, well, the guitar riffs, that little finger trill shit. Everybody started doing that
Oh,
finger
yeah?
trill.
Okay. Well,
And the death
I
metal.
wasn't aware.
It just became a thing,
Oh,
and
okay.
and then it just so happens that in music theory wise, it's really easy to sound correct when you play that little
Mm.
so it sounds so brutal. And then they would do that little that shit. A lot of when I was growing up in like the
Well,
mid
maybe
to
that
late
happened later.
90s, it was
Yeah, maybe that
everywhere.
happened
Yeah,
later.
obviously
Okay,
later.
maybe it happened later, but because I remember Suffocation, just like Chris says, there were so many
So many
bands.
clones of them,
Jingle,
right?
yeah, that was before. I mean, yeah, the influence was faster and soon and prior to Cannibal
Yeah.
Corpse.
I hate to be a jerk, but like we laughed at that band back in the day because I thought they were just like thrash, basically, and I didn't really consider
Yeah.
them to be like super ass death metal. But the drummer, I did though, like Mike Smith, like he was the like
Talking
his
about
fucking
Suffocation?
blasts, his blasts were fucking insane, But like their guitar riffing and maybe like their sound, it didn't sound as like heavy, I guess, as like an immolation or something.
Yeah, no, it
It's more
didn't
like
sound
a
as
happy,
easy.
like skip picking and shit.
That's ironic.
I love Human Waste. I think that's a great EP, but and I like the first album. If it would have sounded like Human Waste, I still like it. But yeah, I mean, I dig it. But I can see that it's not immolation or
Just not
that
as
evil
like
sound.
low. It's kind of like happier, kind of maybe just like a little squeeze of hardcore in there. I don't know, maybe like.
Well, I mean that's true because a lot of like those New York hard, not the old ones obviously, but like a lot of the newer ones.
Oh, they all ripped off.
They all
Suffocation.
like Suffocation.
Yeah,
Slam.
the whole genre came right behind them
Slam,
with all
right?
the
That
hardcore.
is slam, right? That all came out of
Yeah,
Suffocation,
pretty much.
mostly.
Yes,
Mostly.
I would say
Yeah.
so. The whole
Internal
slam,
Bleeding is another
or even
one.
the whole hardcore, like like a huge chunk of New Jersey, New York, etc.
All that
Hardcore.
all
That's
that
all
breakdown shit.
Suffocation fucking
Yeah.
rip-off shit.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
Didn't-
all that dun, dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun, or whatever, all that breakdown shit.
Well, Internal Bleeding, they kind of became a hardcore kind of band. They started off as like a Suffocation death metal thing, and then they kind of
Right.
got hardcore, and then they came back to the death metal thing. You know, Pyrexia, that I just saw them play this past weekend. It's a different band, dude. It's not.
Right.
That's. Let me just put it to you this way: the singer had those big ear loop hole things. I'm
Right.
like, who's this? Like, who's this band? They're different.
Well, they were one of the early Suffocation clones.
They were amongst the early ones. I mean, some of those bands like Internal Bleeding, Pyrexia, I remember seeing them like first, second, third show-ish.
I was turned off by that shit.
Close to me, you know what I mean? I was also really not super fanish of those. I wasn't even super fanish of Ripping Corpse because they weren't completely like death metal, you know?
I'll be the first one to admit
As
when
time went on, though, I liked them more. As time went on, I liked more.
I bought their album when it came out. What was that? Dreaming with the Dead or whatever?
Right.
Oh, Ripping, yeah.
Dude, I wanted to like it. I just could never get into it. I mean, maybe I need to give it a shot again, but I could never get into it.
Oh, you would probably like it now.
I don't know.
That's a cool thing about music and like say like the digital age and the Spotify's and the YouTubes where like you could be like somebody would just make a recommendation to you and say like, hey, like I think even Venner had recommended to me. He said, yeah, fucking some Cannibal Corpse record. He's like, you should check out like The Bleeding, you know? He's like, I think you might like that one. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe I'll fucking, you know, and it's easy enough for the 2 fucking clicks later. It's like you could be listening to the shit. It's not like I had to fucking write a letter and be like, how's it going? My name is Roy Fox. I heard you have a band. Here are my stamps and cassette, $2.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Things have like gone like so fast. Like,
it's weird because so many people like from that, like Ripping Corpse was like a huge band in that area, and I don't know, man.
Band. So like they would play like every weekend basically, or every other week. So that's what made them seem like a huge band. But in reality, those shows were not huge. Occasionally, if they played with Morbid Angel or they played certain shows, they were a little bigger. But they were kind of like a small band, but just playing out like religiously. You know what I mean?
Is that Brendan Thomas on drums?
Yeah.
Brandon Thomas. I love that guy,
Yeah.
dude. Like his drumming, I mean, like
Dimmock too. Fucking
that
amazing.
guy's drum sound. It's between Brandon's drum sound and Tony Laureano from Angel Corpse's The Inexorable. Those drum sounds, I bought a kit with like drums to try to mimic that. Like that's one of my ideal like killer sounding drum tones in a record. I mean, I'm not, aside from the music itself, I mean the way the drum sound is one of my favorite like types of drum sounds, you know.
Yeah. Well, you're a drummer, so I mean it's understandable too. So
Like
you honed in on like a sound, you know? Just like a guitar player might hone in on a fucking Marshall amp, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
an
yeah. I
Ibanez
mean,
bass
depending
band.
on what you feel, you know, like if you want to write this kind of thing, this is what I want to use. If I want to write this other kind of metal, I'm going to use this type of instrumentation, you know?
Right.
Like if I want to write puro pinche heavy death, I'm going to get a fucking SG with a P90 and turn the tone all the way down. Francisco style, baby.
Don't tell everybody
don't tell him my secrets.
Don't tell him my secrets.
Cemeterian, what's up?
That's the only secret I got.
It's a fucking beautiful sound, dude. And then he came over here and we jammed out Eat the Decay. Dude, it's still his. It's his sound, dude. Everywhere. It's in your hands,
I noticed
dude.
that,
I don't know,
Francisco.
Well, I'm a firm believer in. I didn't make this up, but it's just how you play. I mean,
right.
JD could get on anybody's amp and it's going to sound like.
That's what Alex from Immolation was saying too. He's like, it's like the player. You could tell, like the player does this certain thing, and then
my thing is
their sound.
You know, it's just you have a certain style, a certain picking style, and you just can't hide it.
Right. And a certain guitar sound too. Because even like years later, say like an incantation record, like the guitar sound doesn't really fucking change too
It
much.
doesn't. It
You
doesn't.
you could hear that signature fucking McEntee riffing. You know?
Only thing that changed was like drum sounds. That's it.
Right. Or production sounds, you know?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you could go and play on a, whatever, a first stack amp, you're gonna maybe not get exactly, but you're gonna know what to do, and then you're gonna play, and it's like, yeah, it sounds like him, So
Yeah.
Hey, Carl Koger, I did a cover of a Dimmock song. I covered a Dimmock song. It's on my YouTube page.
Nice.
Check it out, man. It's one of I love that band, dude. That drummer just kills, dude.
Yeah, I booked them multiple times to play Hartley's, my little fucking hangout, show spot. And
Yeah.
they would play all the
I used to
time.
see him on
Kind
flyers.
of like
Yeah, I
Ripping
used to see him on
Corpse.
flyers.
Yeah, and they were killer, and they're good guys, and they were, Scott Ruth and Brandon, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott
Everybody
Ruth
in the
was
band.
Kelly,
right?
Scott Kelly,
Yeah, Sean Kelly.
Sean Kelly. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Scott
Killer
Ruth was a
guitarist.
singer. Dude, that guy, I found out he's like in his mid 60s.
yeah,
That's crazy.
he's a bit older.
He was old back then.
He was old back then.
The bass player from the band Old, he's old. Like, I think when they did Flux, that tape that I got from you, Francisco,
Uh-huh.
he was already in his like late 40s, 50s.
Wow.
And that was what, 90 something?
Right. Is that Jim Plotkin or is that somebody else?
No, I don't
Yeah.
know who they had on that.
Alan
Jim
Dubin?
Or Jim
No,
Plotkin?
that's singer.
Okay.
Jim Plotkin.
Yeah, Jim Plotkin went into mastering now. So that's his game.
Well, I mean, he was in Regurgitation early on, like what, 86 or something?
I mean,
So-
yeah, he was doing such an early ass grindcore band.
So he might be up
It was
there.
one of the bands we didn't play, right?
Regurgitation? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely movers in that fucking grinding 86, 87-ish kind of fucking,
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
Bathrooms rule.
yeah, I mean, they had the funny themes, but at the same time, it wasn't as like, I don't know, like in 80, this is coming from me in my age group, I guess, like in 80, between like 87 and 89, you had Kerrang or Metal Forces shoving this band fucking Lawnmower Death down your fucking throat like they were good. And like really, like I was like, you know what? I'll take a chance and I'll grab the Lawnmower Death record because they're making it sound like it's so fucking good, basically. And once I heard it, I was like, yo, this sucks, dude. You know what I mean? Like it just didn't hit the fucking notes. That's an early earache too, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of early.
Yeah, it just didn't really
early.
hit those fucking, What you got there, JD?
It's the early earache. Also, that
Yeah.
old, that low flux tube. I'm trying to see what the
Yeah.
bass player's name is because he's also a producer. He's super interesting to me because he's.
Jim
I think
Plotkin?
It might be.
produced
It might
the album.
be. Is it James Plot? Is it James Plotkin?
You might
Did
be
he play
talking about
bass on
Jim
it?
Plotkin.
Yeah, he's
he was-
an older cat, dude.
Well, he does mastering now for a lot of bands. If you look up James Plotkin and you go on Discogs, he's got like mastering credits out the fucking asshole. So he eventually did that. Yeah, Metal Duck. Yeah, it's like, those bands. Well, this was a good band though, Spastic Blur. I mean, they stood
one
out
of
with
my
a little bit
favorites.
different sound. You know,
Yes, man.
Those guys could
stood out with
play.
little bit different sound, and like doing thrash but playing very fucking fast, like very fast.
Dude, we need to get Carl on the show on Yours or Mine one day. That dude's like old school just by his comments. I mean, he used to write Regurgitation back in the day and stuff. So, Carl, you need to come on one of our shows one day.
Who's this, Carl?
Carl Koger?
Okay.
Koger?
Ogre.
I think he's from Canada.
Cool, man. Yeah, we'll get you on here. Send you an
Hey,
invite.
Carl, did you go to the? I probably asked him before, but the infamous World War III festival in Canada. I wonder if he went to that.
Damn. Old people fucking show. Let's get out the wheelchairs.
Is that
JD
Venom
can push us
Voivod?
around.
Yeah, it was Voivod, Celtic Frost.
Celtic Frost and Venom.
No, I don't know if Venom played.
No,
I
it
don't
was
know.
Creator, wasn't it?
Creator.
Oh, that's when they came to New York, I think, and Creator left, and then Venom, like one of the bands went out, and the other one jumped
Yeah,
in, or something
probably.
like that.
That
Yeah,
sounds about right.
fucking a.
But yeah, it
I mean,
was.
there was always these little key things like in metal that like also influenced us, where we had like the videos of like the Ultimate Revenge. You know what I mean? So you had Ultimate Revenge 1, where it's like you had
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
older bands, and then you had Ultimate Revenge 2, and then you had like Death on there, and like you I mean, that Ultimate Revenge 2 video, I mean, and Death being on there and the live show and everything, that had to influence fucking like thousands and thousands of little metalhead kids, you know?
Yeah, I always liked those home. We used to call them home videos. Remember the home
Right.
videos?
Yeah.
What was the other one? Death is just the beginning. I learned about some bands from that tape, the
Cool.
VHS.
Yeah, the earlier Nuclear Blast stuff or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, Nuclear
Yeah, I used to like the Hard and Heavy videos. Remember those?
Yeah.
Those fucking the cartoons, those animations, they were brutal, dude.
Yeah.
Shit, I used to listen Night Flight. You guys, that's I don't know if that's a New York thing where they would play like fucking metal videos. Some show called Night Flight. The only person that probably would know that is this maniac right here.
Oh, Sam.
Destruction Possessed.
There it is, right there.
God damn.
I think I could be wrong, but I think Slaughter may have opened one of those or something.
Right.
Fuck.
I could be wrong.
Napalm got me into death metal from being a hardcore kid only, no doubt.
It's a good bridge band. It's a good bridge.
Oh, he's from the West Coast, Vancouver, so he didn't get shows to 86.
So
Damn.
What were some of the shows he saw in Canada? I'm curious.
Yeah, come on the show, bro.
What were you doing? What were you doing in Canada in
We're
1986?
gonna do an interview with fucking Carl on your show.
Yeah,
we need a fan. We need a fan bonanza, and then I also would like to have Frasier, and I told you that other guy, and have just them.
Oh, yeah.
We shut everyone off.
Just let them go.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
See, Sam Biles knows Night Flight for sure. Fucking.
Well, I think Western Canada. I think they had a lot of hardcore punk bands.
Yeah.
If I remember, if I could be wrong though, but I think they did.
Well, they had the Dayglow abortions, right?
I think they were from the West.
I remember the guys from Blasphemy telling me they like Dayglow abortions or whatever.
Well, Blasphemy's from that end.
Yeah. Or just talking to me about those bands, or like say when you wrote a letter to them, they'd be like, "Hey, I listened to Dayglow abortion." You know, like when it was like there was that communication of you only got a 2-page letter or a one-sided letter, and whatever information was written in there was what you knew about either the band or some other bands in their area, and that was it. And it was just a word. Sometimes it was just like Funebre, you know what I mean? And then it was like your job to go out and look and try to be like, well, what's the address of Funebre? You know, this guy said it's good, you know. And then, you know, try to get like either fanzines. And I felt like fanzines were like kind of like regional too. So like you try to get like the New York fanzine, you try to get the Midwest one, a Cali one, Japanese, you know, Italian, Greece, Swedish, you know what I mean? There was just like regional fanzines, and then get the address and then get the fucking music. It's like you knew about the band's name before you even heard the fucking music. There'd be all these people writing to you and be like, "Did you hear the new Pestilence? Did you hear the new Carcass?" Like, fuck.
I mean, there's still bands that
send me a letter in fucking 6 weeks and we'll talk about it again.
But there's still bands that I remember seeing their name somewhere that I never got to hear, and somebody brings them up. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that name.
Especially in Metal Forces with that pen banger section. So like, I think I have a thing of it here. I don't know if I have a photo of it. Well, there was this type of shit too. Was this Brad passed this around to me?
Yeah.
Where like we passed around like fucking people's addresses, like so you could write to like Macabre and Syndrome, Numbskull, you know?
Yeah, it's funny because nowadays nobody wants you to know their address.
I know, right? But this
Numb
had,
Skull. That guy did More to Scold, right? He's doing More to Scold now.
I mean, look at the bands on here. You know,
Contagion?
Cyanide, Impetigo,
Yeah,
Broken
that's
Hope.
all. That's all the fucking Illinois Midwest
Yeah, well,
circle
that's,
right
I
there,
mean,
dude.
by him
Yeah.
passing that sheet down, it was like, well, which bands here didn't I write? And then I was so obsessive, like I was writing to everybody, dude. You know?
Yeah. Well, that's funny because Scott from Cyanide still has a letter that he was going to send Andy from Phlegm back in like 91 or something like that. And he never fucking sent it to him.
I never mailed it.
Dude, I have letters like that too, man.
That's-
It's just like you open them up and you find like old flyers from like '93 in them. You're like, whoa, fucking time capsule, you know?
That's hilarious to me, dude. Because I think I had, when Scott was on the show, I think Andy's like, hey, you know,
Yeah.
you never fucking wrote me back or some shit like that. He's like,
oh, I still got the letter. It's fucking
look, I
sealed
got it right
there.
here.
Yeah, Vesuvia, Corpse Flower. That's it,
Uh-huh.
dude. That's how we would do it. You know, you get the liner notes or whatever. You see the thanks list, or you see the
Yep.
the bands that the bands
Yeah,
are wearing in the
shirts.
photo, and then
Yeah.
you just figure it out. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes like if a band's from New York, a bunch of the bands they're thanking are hometown dudes. So you learn
Right.
about a bunch of bands from that region right there on their thanks list and shit. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Those-
Do they still
those-
do that?
Nice gateways. Yeah, the people still do that. Now it's a recommended Spotify thing. It's like, all right,
yeah.
you like this, so guess what? You're listening to Smoke on the Water again, motherfucker.
If you like this, you're gonna like this.
Yeah. It seems like they don't. It's. I mean, this is my own opinion of that. Is like, because I use it as a pretty, I'd say pretty religiously, you know, like during work hours. So I'll put Spotify on. So occasionally, like you put a playlist on, but then you've run through all your songs. It could be like 30 songs. Then they'll go to like maybe one or two songs that you don't know. Then they'll go back to one song you do know. But I noticed they favor certain fucking music on there because it's like, why the fuck do you keep playing this fucking band? I hate them, dude, you know? Like, enough with this fucking band, you know? Like, it's just, it's confusing. I almost feel like, do they pay to have their band played more or something? Because it's like, why does it keep fucking defaulting to the shit fucking band? I fucking hate them, you know?
Yeah, they
Never
assume that you want to
want-
listen to that, and you're like, no, I don't.
Yeah, they're like, we assume you want to listen to this. All right, here we go with Carl Codger.
Oh,
Early
okay.
shows for me on Island bands, Dayglows, Mission of Christ, Armoros, fuck yeah. Fratricide, Witch's Hammer, Carry On, Organized Chaos,
Accused.
Force Entry, all played all the time.
I've actually, Mission of Christ rules, Fratricide rules,
Yeah.
Carry On.
I like Armoros. I like
Thrash.
Armoros.
Yeah, Armoros was good. I don't have
demo.
anything by him, but I have like on tape. I have like the demos of Carry On.
A curated algorithm of Spotify? I think so, but I feel like it's like a little paid off, maybe, you know?
Yeah, it's like people say, "Hey, play my shit no matter what."
Harmon Kari wore a nuclear assault shirt and kids.
Oh wow, Harmony Korine, yeah, that's
If
the
you
guy
like-
that did
You're gonna like
Kids and
Frozen
Gummo and all
Skull
that.
and stabbing. Stabbing's from. I have a letter from Francisco to Hideous Mangalus from 1991. I
What?
have to
Weird.
re-find it and scan it sometime. Francisco, I have to say, like, I still have some letters probably from you, and you probably from me. You know, you pulled out like one of my fucking newsletters from or my fucking
Yeah.
tape trading list. I'm like, Jesus,
Yeah,
that was
Yeah.
so weird, you know. But I
mean, I've lost a lot of shit over the years.
I haven't lost. I mean, I've lost some shit, but I still have tons of fucking shit. Like, just
Y'all should talk
boxes full of letters.
y'all should talk to Jaime, man, from Severance. Dude, he saves all that shit, dude. Jaime has like one of those little treasure chest deals, you know, where you can like lock it or whatever. And he can't even close it, dude. It's just letters and shit like that and correspondence from all these
Yeah.
people from all over the world. And that shit is so badass, man. That's something that people today probably will never understand, you know, all the effort and time and patience just to say hello, you know?
Yeah, and you know
You
what?
need to get a
felt
lot
like
out of it.
nothing. It felt like nothing though when we were
Yeah.
doing it. The only thing I had
Exactly.
questioned myself about it was, where the fuck did I get money from to do this? Like, even if it was $2, like I was writing to fucking 40 bands at a time. So at some point, like, where the fuck did I get money? Did I spend every fucking cent I have trying to get shit? Probably,
Yeah.
Like, I remember I would go on my paper route and like collect money and then take it and fucking be like stuffing it in a fucking envelope and sending it to fucking like Greece or Sweden or some shit.
Yeah.
But I was like so obsessed with it, which, I mean, strangely enough, became my record label, which is like I made the correspondences with the bands, but then like instead of like, I guess I was kind of like a punisher in a way, because like I would write, I would write back to them and be like, yo, what other bands are from your area? And here's a cassette, and here's the money for the demo, and here's $2, and here's an IRC, and here's your stamps back.
Get to work.
Yeah,
Get to work.
but no, shit would come back like crazy, dude.
Yeah.
And then I would tape stuff for them, and you know what I mean? It was like really a fucking, I guess it was, it's not a thing anymore. I mean, in a weird way, you can go to SoulSeek now, though, and pretend that you're doing it.
When I did it, I got it in the very end because
Right.
I mean, for me, it was like 98, around 98, 97, 99.
Yeah, that's where
3
things
years.
trailed
It's kind
off
of the
with
end of it,
letters.
And Metal Maniacs was where we would find, me and a few of my friends, we would go through Metal Maniacs and find addresses there and get those lists and shit like that. And I would get tapes. I had some, and I got rid of them because I ended up getting the albums, and I would give them to people and whatever. We'd just give them away after a while. But they were like copies. They weren't like actual demos. They were just your Maxwell or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways, and they would, some of them, I remember I got one that whoever was making the tape was having a blast and was like fucking like pressing the button and being like saying the name of the song in between every song. I was like, oh man, come on, like you're trying to be extra, dude. Shut the fuck up. I just want to hear the. But it was cool. You could tell, man. People like got into it, and then like if you didn't have it, you would draw it. So like like sometimes we would draw the fucking song titles on just to be extra. You know what I mean? You put a lot into it, man. But it was so fun.
You know what? Also, too, I remember like you go to like read the metal magazines, and some of them really sucked. So there was only one page in the magazine that was good. It would be like Demolition or something, and it would like have addresses or something on it. And I would pull a Francisco with its AC/DC, and I would literally like go in the corner and just rip out one fucking page and stuff it in my pocket.
Oh
It's like,
shit!
I'm not spending $3 for this fucking magazine, dude. I just want this page with this address or this picture of fucking Cliff Burton on it,
Damn right.
So yeah,
Damn
I mean
right.
those were huge fucking gateway drugs. It was like a drug for me. So in a way, like I didn't get addicted to drugs because I got addicted to like tape trading. I don't know.
Bro, I've been smoking weed for 30 years and I still ain't hooked. That's a Richard Pryor joke. I know friends been doing cocaine 25 years. They still ain't hooked.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. I guess I have another addiction. Forgot about that one. That came before the tape traded. Maui Wowie,
That's me, dude.
Later, my friends formed first death bands on Island, Derange, followed by Debut Nature, followed by Crepitus, same guitarist, from 88 to 94. All these be released on LPs next year. Dope.
Cool.
Fucking dope, dude. God damn.
Spread
Old
the
school.
noise.
I never knew Carl Cod. I thought he was one of your friends from your neighborhood.
Nah, dude, Canadian. I mean, I know him on Facebook.
Gotcha.
He's always checking out like.
Isn't it cool how like the scene just sucks like everybody that's like-minded together?
Mm-hmm.
I like that. It's
well, how do we explain Fraser?
It only happens.
Well, he got that. He got that CD collection.
Well, I've said this for years. It only happens in like underground scenes, underground music scenes, like hardcore punk metal scenes. That's it.
Right.
It doesn't happen anywhere else.
Yeah.
This type of like, underground kind of network kind of thing,
Yeah, because when I was talking to Gore-Tex about rap, I was like, yo, you guys don't support each other and come to each other's shows? He's like, fuck no, dude. He's like, everyone hates
shoot
each other. Yeah. Well, now they shoot each other.
Well, yeah, because I remember I would get letters from like, wherever. And my mom would be like freaking out, like, how do you know somebody from like
Colombia,
Bulgaria or something like that? I'm like,
why am I getting a letter from Colombia?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's just it only happens in like the underground scene.
I got a
But
letter from a band from Brazil. They were called Impurity, and so the letter on the outside it said like
band
the
rules.
Impurity Temple or whatever.
Yep.
And I still have the letter. And
Wow.
what do you call it? Fucking. I moved from my location right into like a different like apartment in Kearney or whatever. And fucking this guy like gets in touch with me. He's like, hey, some of your mail came here. I was like, all right. He's like, yeah, come by and get it. So I go by his house. He goes, hey, man, I'm sorry, but I had to open it because it looked like a pack of cocaine. And it was like, it did. It had like brown paper and it was like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And he
Taped
goes,
up real
but it was
tight,
only a
nice.
fucking letter and a cassette in there, you know? But he goes,
Yeah.
it looked like drugs. And it came from Colombia or Brazil. It came from Brazil. So he thought it was drugs. He's like, I'm sorry I opened it, man. I'm like, nah, it's cool, dude. I'm glad that you told me that I could come pick it up. I appreciate that, you know? But
Yeah,
he
man.
thought it was
Yeah, it was always cool getting letters from like just weird fucking places, you know,
you need to
because
get your math straight. It's 6 hours, sucker.
because like I showed you a little ad, you know, I would put ads and
Right.
what mail somebody out, and next thing you know, I'm getting a letter from, you know, somebody from just the middle of nowhere. It's like, hey, I saw your ad, I want to buy whatever. I'm like, it was cool, you know, being able,
I got a
and it
letter
was
from
always weird.
Siberia in 90. It blew my mind. Fuck, dude.
Wow.
Holy fuck. Damn, I never got that, dude.
I think
My first
I
death
think the
metal
most
show,
obscure
Divinity?
place.
Interesting.
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah, fucking
I think some of the
Siberia.
weirdest spots. Bulgaria. I did get some from Bulgaria,
Fuck.
and like Croatia, um, Africa, like South Africa.
I would get multiple fucking bottles of
Oh,
vodka
South
from Bulgaria, dude. Trade. You know what? The best weirdest thing ever too. Somebody asked me if I wanted to trade Russian wristwatches for music.
Russian wristwatches. That's hard
He's
to
like,
say,
hey,
dude.
he's like, do you want to trade Russian wristwatches for some like tapes or something? I'm like, wristwatches?
Yeah, no, there's a thing, dude. A buddy of mine is a watch dude, and coincidentally, he was telling me about that. There's like during the Soviet era, military watches and stuff. So it's like kind of
Okay, that's what it was then.
you know, you get a lot of that memorabilia, historical memorabilia. Sell it to a museum or sell it to some dude. You could flip it and make a shitload of money because of those
Right.
reasons. You know?
Yeah, I was wondering if you worked at the watch place or something.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna run, but I got one thing. I think I may have mentioned it. I don't know if I mentioned it on my show, but talking about getting weird shit. There was a guy from Costa Rica, like in the early '90s.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
He
I
would
got a letter from him too.
He would send like his pubic hair in the fucking envelopes. Yeah,
fucking clown.
Total fucking sicko, man. That was
he
probably
was then more than that, dude. He would like wipe his ass on your fucking letter, basically. And
yeah, he was he had a band called Excremento, I think.
Right.
And he was a total fucking sicko.
Fucking wipe his ass and send you the
Can
letter.
you imagine the mailman's like, "What's that smell?"
No,
And he's got
you
the letter
could
in his hand.
smell the letter, like, because I got a letter
Yeah.
from this fucking jerk off too. So like,
Yeah.
this letter fucking stunk, you know.
Fucking ass.
I threw it out. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" He's like, like I tried to like, I was like, "This letter smells weird," you know. And then I was like, I
it's funny
approached it a
because,
certain way, right? You know. He's like, "Hey, I cummed on a fucking napkin in there." I'm like, "What the fuck?
Yes.
What the fuck you sending it to me for, motherfucker?"
Yeah. He was sending letters to everybody. I found out years later.
Yeah.
So that was
Same.
probably the weirdest.
I got the pubic hair fucking cum fucking smelly letter too.
Yep.
What
Pandemic
the fuck is
spreader,
actually
this
what
guy.
I had asked. The original pandemic spreader.
Carlos from Excremento.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think it was Costa Rica, right? That's where he was from.
Oh
Some
shit, Carl
fucking
Codger. I didn't see it unfortunately, but DRI played a basement party with the Dealing with It tour here.
oh wow.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Ramirez sending crazy shit from Mastro. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Andrew?
Shit.
Excremento. Yeah,
Well,
Rick from Slough Brighto
Excremento, dude.
asking him to send pubes. He asked me to send pubes too. I'm like, get the fuck out. I threw his fucking letter in the garbage, bro. I was like, this thing smells.
There you go. That's that fucking guy. I think the first time he like sent a letter was like maybe 93 or something. I can't remember.
Yeah. Costa Rica, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that motherfucker.
Yeah.
And then his smelly fucking letters. All right, we're gonna play one song to be out of here, and then thank you for everyone that tuned in the chat. Now there's more people on than there was when I fucking was saying before. I was like, yeah, 20 people in here. Now it's like 30 fucking people. You got the idea from Pink Flamingos where they sent the turd to Divine? Okay. What's this?
Crazy.
Rubber splooge? Okay.
Send nudes, no, send pubes.
I know. The fuck, dude.
He misspelled
Yeah.
nudes. And he wrote pubes.
Hey,
He was
Roy,
talking-
are you still in touch with Oscar? Yeah, me and Oscar we do a group label now. So, well, not on everything. I do my own record label, Necroharmonic, and then I have schooled Oscar in the ways of the record label business, and
Yeah.
he started a label called Rotter Records, and then this is one of our recent releases right here, Oscar's band Ceremonium on cassette. It's coming out on CD, record, all that shit eventually. So yeah, man, I still talk to Oscar. I talk to Oscar every day.
Yep.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Yeah,
Ooh.
check out Oscar's been on here.
Yeah, he's been on the show a couple times. There's some big news coming from Ceremonium actually. So yeah,
They're having a baby.
they're having a baby. All right, let's be out of here with a song and a dance. I don't know what the fuck I'm play though. All right.
Later.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you tuning in to fucking Stupid Death Metal Podcast. If we need to reach 1,000 fucking subscribers, I'm like 30 away. Or
Tell
some
everybody.
shit. So
Tell everybody
let
to
your
subscribe.
friends know to subscribe. I go live usually on Saturdays. We're on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, etc. And then I got an Instagram page. It's Death Metal Podcast. And eventually this will be a fucking stupid podcast too.
Hey, one thing, Roy. Hey, Vesuvia, this might be easier to attain. It was a Necrosian like discography CD that came out on Infernal Creations or something like that, like in 2010. It's got all the stuff. So
cool, man.
This would be a good thing to pick up. It's got
If
the
you
7 inches
find it.
demos. Yeah, I mean it'd be easier to find than the 7-inch.
It's released by the guy from the band, actually, if I'm not mistaken, because Infernal Creations was his like thing.
Yeah,
Andy,
there you go.
From
Look,
yeah,
and real quick, can I throw a plug before we
Sure, man.
we
Hit
throw
some
this,
plugs.
and then that way I'm like out of the way. And
Do it to it.
real quick, last little plug. This fucking band Hexea. We're gonna be doing a split on Goat Throne Records on various formats: CD, tape, vinyl, etc., etc. It's a split with a band called Wolf Skull out of Houston, Texas, which features the vocalist of Imprecation. It's more of a death rock punk metal punk, death satanic metal punk kind of thing. It's pretty cool. And Exea is kind of like that. If you haven't heard it, it's like Mayhem and Motorhead and a little bit of Merciful Fate and this and that. It's just a little bit of everything, a lot of evil music. So that's coming out real soon. We'll be playing gigs and shit. And
Very well fitted bands to put a split together.
We're
That's
actually even like singing on each other's albums and shit, and we're doing covers and we're like on each. It's a true collaboration. It's not just like just some label putting two bands together. Like we're actually kind of like, walking on each other's yards here, so to speak. So it's pretty neat. Cool. It's gonna be called "Burn with Us" is the name of the EP. Artwork by this guy named Gus Grinder out of Mexico City. He does magic with a fucking ballpoint pen, dude. It's crazy. But look for it, and working on some new music with my friend over here. I don't know what side you're seeing me point to, Francisco, whichever side you are. We're working on some stuff that's coming soon, hopefully.
Eat the Decay.
Eat the Decay, some grindcore for all you death grinders and all that good stuff. Death metal and grindcore put together somewhat. And
So great
yeah,
time.
man.
Love hearing all the stories and history. That's what this fucking show's about, basically.
Fuck yeah, man.
Good talking to you, Jim Hoffman. Thank you for contributing to the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, learned about 10 new bands. Yeah, Wolf Skull a little bit like the Misfits in a weird way, right?
A lot heavier, way heavier.
Coming out on what label? They want to know, JD.
It's going to be on Goat Throne Records out of Houston, Texas. Aaron was in the chat for a minute. I don't know if he's probably asleep. But yeah, man, thank you all. And thank you, Roy, for letting me hang out with you and
Cool, man.
Francisco.
Thank you for coming on.
I can't wait to see
Someday
you
we
again,
got to
brother.
do
We
like
gotta
a
jam.
Hexea thing, though, at some point, and like a soloist thing, you know?
Cool. Yeah. Let me
Try
know.
to like separate like the interviews from like the bands a little bit, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because all the copyright strike fucking bullshit. Francisco knows about that shit. But you're
Well,
on
yeah,
StreamYard too, aren't you? Because you've uploaded the video to me, like, or
What? No, I
being
just
on
send.
here? You
I just send it
them-
through here. Like while we're here, it can be
Oh, okay.
passed over to you.
But
I
anybody could do.
I didn't realize anyone could do that. That's cool.
Yeah.
I only realized that me and you could do it because me and you both had the same system. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
All right. No, but yeah, it'd be cool if you had Hexea on here.
Yeah, I want to.
I need my manager to be on there too, though.
No, I'm not. No, I'll get you the shows, but I won't be on the shows. No, seriously, hey, don't bullshit. Not because JD we jamming a band or whatever, but Hexea is fucking kicking ass right now. You need to go. You need to check them out. All their shit's on YouTube. You can just check it out.
Yeah.
And I uploaded a live video that he took with like 2 cameras. That sounds great. From their like show in Houston, people are like hearing them for the first time. You know, when you hear a band for the first time, and you're like, oh, yeah, this kicks ass. There was a lot of that going on at that show because I was like off to the side, like an old man watching. You know,
some jokester was like, "Y'all play any Dork Angel?" I heard that.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah. So anyway, check out Hexea, dude. I mean, like I said, I don't ever promote my own shit. I like promoting other people's shit.
Me too, man.
That's what it's all about. So go check them out.
Are you
Fraser,
going to the swap?
I doubt it, but who knows? I might show up.
All right, so we're out of here, though. Thank you, all Death Metal Podcast watchers, listeners, whatever. If you listen to us at work, whatever. I appreciate everybody participating in the chat, and we're out of here, fuckers. Later. Go buy shit from these bands.
And die.
And die. Like this.